Chapter 802. As heroic spirits, Saber and Rider instinctively felt the threat from Gilgamesh. The two servants standing on the left and right of Noah and Rin and Osaka tensed up their bodies and raised their weapons. Although Rin and Osaka didn't feel the threat from Gilgamesh, the warning signs in her heart kept ringing. She subconsciously retreated to the back and clenched the gem in her hand, ready to attack from a distance and provide support at any time. When the three girls felt the threat from Gilgamesh, they forgot what Noah said before. They forgot that Noah said that he would deal with Gilgamesh. Hero King, only its head was left, and its head was surrounded by a dense array of insects. It fell silent. Obviously, even though it boasted that even heroic spirits could not kill it, it was still very afraid of Gilgamesh. Or rather, Gilgamesh should know how to kill the dirty inkstone of Jiantong, right? Therefore, this old insect, who had been hiding behind the scenes and using some unsightly means, was willing to watch all of this silently. On the other hand, Gilgamesh did not seem to see the existence of Gilgamesh at all. He stood up and stood on the roof, looking down. There was no one else in his eyes except for Noah. You know what? Kid, ever since I heard of your existence from Keeley, I decided that I must kill you at this time. Oh. Noah raised his eyebrows. Let me hear the reason. There is no reason. Gilgamesh laughed self-deprecatingly. If there is a reason, it must be a whim. You told me that only a kid like you can play with me to the end. Play. Noah sneered. You really think this is a game? Originally, the ritual known as the Holy Grail War was just a game, right? Gilgamesh opened one of his hands, as if he was introducing something, and spoke with fervor and assurance. Preparing the container of Holy Grail in advance, then summoning us from the seat of heroic spirits, deceiving us into fighting each other, then absorbing us into the Holy Grail at the moment of defeat, becoming materials for those dirty magicians to fulfill their ambitions. For us servants, from the beginning, this was a game of deceit, wasn't it? So? Noah said indifferently. So you plan to take revenge on society? Revenge on humans? Huh? What kind of joke are you talking about? Gilgamesh laughed coldly. It doesn't matter if they're deceiving me. Seeking happiness is the foundation of all humans. Although this method is a little despicable, it does make me feel happy. Then, for this level of happiness, it's not impossible for me to forgive those dirty magicians. Of course, the tool used by the human magicians to fulfill their ambitions will be used by me. This is very fair, isn't it? Gilgamesh smiled from the bottom of his heart. The so-called king, in fact, has to be fair in certain areas. Although I'm used to being willful, I'm even more used to being fair. Therefore, giving humans an equal slaughter, isn't this also a form of fairness? As if they were reacting to Gilgamesh's words, Rin Enbin, Saber, and Rider trembled a little. That was because Gilgamesh's words had completely revealed his contradictory side. He had a very human side. But he didn't have a human side. It was as if they were looking at a distorted mirror. This contradictory feeling brought about a complete sense of incongruity. Gilgamesh was such a person. Noah, who more or less understood Gilgamesh, was the calmest one. It seems that there's no point in saying anything to you. The king is speaking, a mere servant has no right to speak. Gilgamesh suddenly smiled. And, now, do you still have time to talk? With these words, Gilgamesh turned sideways, put his hands in his pockets, and pouted his lips in the direction of Ludong Temple. Look at that. Kid. Noah and the others almost reflexively followed Gilgamesh's guidance and looked in that direction. In that direction, there was a lake. On the surface of the lake, a person was twitching while floating on the water. Seeing this person, Rin Enbin gritted his teeth and said, Shinji, it was Shinji Mitsuki who was transformed into the Little Holy Grail. At this time, Shinji Mitsuki's body was twitching while releasing a terrifying aura. It was as if there was a demon hiding in Shinji Mitsuki's body, and it was about to come out. In fact, although there were more or less differences, it was more or less the same. After all, it's just a fake that was rushed out to make up the numbers. It can't compare to the real thing. It's just stuffed with the souls of 5 servants, and as the container itself, it can't hold on. Gilgamesh's cheerful voice echoed around. Continue to watch, you'll be surprised. Following Gilgamesh's words, Shinji Mitsuki, who was twitching on the lake, suddenly stopped. However, the aura that emanated from his body became even more evil and strange. Gulu dash. Then, Shinji Mitsuki's body suddenly agitated. Peng dash. In this way, Shinji Mitsuki's body suddenly exploded into a pile of sarcomas, and it quickly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it became a large meat mountain. Wadash. This sudden turn of events shocked Rin and Osaka and the girls. Even Noah's brows furrowed deeply as he murmured. So that's how it is, the container is too small, and it's not up to standard. The part of the Holy Grail that was implanted in Shinji Mitsuki's body began to destroy the host and overflowed by itself. Ha 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 ha. Gilgamesh held his head and laughed out loud. What kind of ugly human is this? What an ugly Holy Grail. But it's really suitable to be the gate to hell. In Gilgamesh's laughter, above the constantly agitated and expanding meat mountain, a dark hole suddenly flashed in the air. From that dark hole, everyone present could feel a vicissitude aura that made their bodies instinctively bow down in worship. That is the hole of the Holy Grail. Saber and Rider couldn't move their eyes away from the hole. The hole of the path to the origin. Rin Enbin also clenched his hands tightly, and his hands were trembling. Noah also felt the vicissitude aura, and almost instantly recognized the origin of the aura. It was exactly the same as the aura Noah had sensed in the vortex of origins. Without a doubt, it was the path to the origin. However, in the vicissitude aura, an extremely evil aura began to spread. Pa! Suddenly, there was a sound of something exploding from the inside of the dark hole. Something even darker than the darkness flowed out. It was mud. Extremely dark, like boiling sewage, black mud flowed out of the holes like magma. With a splash sound, it fell into the lake like flowing water. Noah's words could clearly be felt. In the magma-like black mud, there was an endless stream of malice that made people feel dizzy just by looking at it. Did you see it? Kid. Gilgamesh laughed loudly. That is the most fundamental evil of you humans, the despair that exists only to curse humans, a curse that can fill the entire world, the evil of this world. It's finally done. Sujunan couldn't hide his excitement, and said impatiently. Then, Hero King, I'll go first. Leaving these words behind, Tong Zhangyan commanded the insects that were circling around him to fly towards the Holy Grail with his head in his hands. Wait! Rin Enbin exclaimed, gritted his teeth, and chased after him. Saber looked at Noah. Go. Noah said directly. Protect your master. Saber nodded heavily, jumped, and chased after him. Chapter 803. Oh. Just as Rin and Sokka and Saber chased after the Inkstone, Gilgamesh, who was standing on the roof of Ludong Temple, sneered. Although the one who used the insect is not worth my protection, especially in the hands of a bastard that I don't need to care about, but who allowed you to leave? Gilgamesh slowly raised his hand as he said this. A golden ripple appeared in the space around him. Shio dash. However, before Gilgamesh could make a move, a sharp sound pierced through the air. A sword with an extremely luxurious appearance cut through the sky like a laser, bringing with it a sharp sound of wind as it shot towards Gilgamesh's direction. The extremely luxurious-looking sword's attack was extremely sudden. Therefore, even with Gilgamesh's arrogance, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, in the next instant, a mirror-like shield of light suddenly appeared from the golden ripples in the space around Gilgamesh. With a rise and fall, it landed in front of Gilgamesh. The laser-like sword pierced through the air and landed directly on the light shield. Clang dash. Along with a crisp sound, a laser beam shot out, and the sword that landed on the light shield was deflected. Bang dash. However, the seemingly solid light shield also suddenly exploded, turning into glass-like fragments. The arrogant expression on Gilgamesh's face instantly stiffened. Because Gilgamesh saw it. He saw Noah's actions and the movements around him as he stood on the vast open space below. Although Nsaka doesn't need my protection with his ability, especially with Saber by his side. Noah looked up and stared at Gilgamesh, who was standing on the roof. He sarcastically changed the Hero King's words and said it again. But, who allowed you to make a move? As the saying goes, an arrogant guy can't stand people who are more arrogant than him. With Gilgamesh's arrogance and strength, after Noah sarcastically changed his words, he would definitely show obvious murderous intent, right? However, at this moment, Gilgamesh forgot to be angry. Because Gilgamesh's mind had no room to pay attention to anything else. Gilgamesh could only pay attention to one scene. That was the golden ripple in the space around Noah. One was standing on the vast ground. One was standing on the roof high up. However, whether it was Noah or Gilgamesh, there was the same golden ripple in the space around them. That was the entrance that would only appear after the opening of the Gate of Babylon. It was connected to the entrance of the treasure vault filled with treasures. What? Gilgamesh murmured. What is that? Can't you see it? I thought you would be able to recognize it if it was you. Noah sighed. After all, don't you have something that is almost the same? After saying that, Noah raised his hand, as if he was sending a signal to something. He raised his hand and pointed. Beside him, in the golden ripple, a huge spear that was more than 2 meters long immediately stretched out from it. It suddenly shook, and with a terrifying sharp sound, it carried golden light-like particles, and with an irresistible force, it shot towards Gilgamesh's direction. Gilgamesh finally reacted, and without thinking too much, he took a step back. Around his body, in the same golden ripple, a huge spear that was almost exactly the same appeared in an instant, turned into a sharp arrow, and shot out, fiercely colliding with the incoming spear. Bang! The collision of the two huge spears caused an explosion-like blaze to erupt in midair. A powerful shockwave swept out, causing the atmosphere to emit a whistling sound. It was just the aftermath, but it was already so terrifying. It was conceivable that if the spears that caused such a collision were to fall to the ground, even a building like Enban's house would instantly turn into a pile of rubble, right? Gilgamesh's face didn't have any of the arrogance he used to have after casually resolving such a blow. His face was already distorted by the dark emotions in his heart. How did you do it? Gilgamesh suppressed his anger and murderous aura, and his voice echoed around. A pair of wine-like red eyes also stared at Noah below, and he roared in a low voice. How did you do it? Even if I tell you the reason, what can you do? Facing Gilgamesh's eyes full of anger and murderous aura, Noah curled his lips and smiled. Even if I know, it's a fact that I have the same thing as you. The same? Gilgamesh laughed, but his laughter was still full of anger. You can have the same thing as me? Do you think you can shake this king just because you got a fake from somewhere? Indeed, if you must compare, then your Gate of Babylon and my Gate of Babylon are definitely not the same thing. Noah said sarcastically. It's just that, to me, your Gate of Babylon is the real fake, Hero King. Gilgamesh's eyes slowly widened, and they were completely filled with violent emotions. Driven by such emotions, Gilgamesh's voice calmed down instead. Are you trying to provoke me? Bastard! I'm just telling the truth, Hero King. Noah glanced at Gilgamesh. If this level of words can provoke your anger, it means that you only have this much ability. After saying that, Noah gently snapped his fingers. Hum. In the space behind Noah, golden ripples suddenly appeared one after another, like cannon muzzles, aiming at Gilgamesh above. There were at least 100 of those golden ripples. From the hundreds of golden ripples, there were sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and all kinds of extremely luxurious noble artifacts, like loaded bullets, suddenly appeared, and their tips were pointed at Gilgamesh above the temple. Hum. Like jumping flames, in the golden ripples, the genuine noble artifacts trembled and made bursts of buzzing sounds, as if they were excited to see the light again. They directly shot out from the ripples, like beams of light, with the momentum and speed of thunder. In a flash, they swept across the sky and covered Gilgamesh's direction like raindrops. Looking at the rain of noble artifacts that were like beams of light and the storm like noble artifacts that were released by Noah like a king, Gilgamesh, who should have been in Noah's position in the past, felt like his dignity had been severely tarnished. His face was distorted, and he swallowed the fury that surged into his heart into his stomach like saliva, and roared out loud. "Don't be too complacent, bastard!" Along with Gilgamesh's roar, in the space behind him, golden ripples also fluctuated and filled the entire space, pulling out the noble artifacts that were simple in appearance like arrows, bringing about a sharp sound as they crazily shot out. In the blink of an eye, the noble artifacts that came from the sky and the earth met in mid-air, like a needle against an awl, and mercilessly blasted together. Bang 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 bang. Undoubtedly, it was the collision of steel and steel weapons. The noble artifacts that came from the sky and the earth were like bombs that would explode upon contact. The moment they collided, it brought about a deep and loud explosion sound that reverberated in the sky. The fire that was ignited because of the collision between the noble artifacts and the noble artifacts spread out in the form of a flame wave, illuminating the entire space that was covered in darkness into a red color. The temperature in the air suddenly soared, causing the atmosphere to be distorted. Noah stared at the fire that separated him from Gilgamesh, like a sea of fire, without blinking. His eyes reflected the red color, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cold arc. Chapter 804. Bang 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 bang. The loud explosions were like fireworks, reverberating in the sky above Ludong Temple, setting off bursts of fire and air waves that swept in all directions. Buzz, 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 buzz. On the vast ground of the Ludong Temple and on the ancient temple, the two spaces that were illuminated by the bright golden light were constantly trembling, setting off waves of golden ripples. In the ripples, there were all kinds of weapons in the form of knives, swords, spears, halberds, and so on. They had been widely spread since the mythological era. The weapons that only existed in legends were like arrows that were nocked on bowstrings or bullets that were shot out like machine guns. They pierced through the air and directly poured into the flames and airwaves. Bang 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 bang. Every time the overwhelming rain of treasures poured into the expanding flames and airwaves, there would be an explosion that shook the space. Once again, it set off a violent fire and impact, making the flames and airwaves that filled the sky even more intense. However, this scene did not last long. The next moment, in the two golden spaces that were separated by the flames and airwaves that filled the sky, an unprecedentedly huge ripple reverberated. It was unknown if they had thought of the same thing, but from the two almost identical huge ripples, an almost identical huge sword that was even taller than a person shot out. Carrying a terrifying impact and a sharp sound, it turned into sword light. One sword descended from the sky, and the other soared into the sky. Whoosh! The impact and the sound of the wind carried by the two huge swords that turned into sword light directly shattered the flames that filled the sky of the Ludong Temple. As if a huge hole had been poked, the flames were scattered, and then the swords collided heavily. Dong! An even more violent shockwave brought with it a dense fiery glow. It was like a stormy sea that crazily swept out in all directions. Through the intense flames, Noah and Gilgamesh, who were standing in front of the golden space ripples, looked at each other. However, their expressions were completely different. One had a calm expression on his face, as if he had expected what the other would do. The other was full of uncontrollable anger, which made the surrounding atmosphere extremely oppressive, reminiscent of a volcano before an eruption. Damn it! Gilgamesh's patience seemed to have reached its limit, so his red eyes were full of violent emotions. How did you do it? This sentence indicated that Gilgamesh had no choice but to admit it. He admitted that the treasures used by Noah were the same as the treasures used by Gilgamesh, who had the name of the ancient hero king and collected all the treasures in the world. Gate of Babylon. It was the treasures of the original source of human wisdom. All the treasures of an era, tools, treasures, techniques, and so on, were collected in a complete treasure house. The most extravagant legend that belonged to Gilgamesh, now there was another one that was exactly the same one. No matter what, Gilgamesh was also a heroic spirit. With Gilgamesh's eyesight, how could he not tell that all the treasures that Noah released from the Gate of Babylon were authentic? It's not a fake, nor is it a replica. But if it's the real thing, I don't feel any fantasy elements, even the form of existence is different. Gilgamesh suppressed the emotions in his heart and stared at the treasures that emerged from the golden ripples behind Noah. That's the real thing. It's really the real thing. Previously, it was said that the treasures of heroic spirits were only used when they were alive, and after they died, it was a miracle that was lost in the modern era. After becoming a heroic spirit, although the heroic spirits still had the treasures that they used when they were alive, those treasures were just like themselves, materialized miracles that were condensed from the imagination and beliefs of humans. They were not the treasures that existed in the world when they were alive. Only a very small number of relics, like Avalon, had survived to this era and remained in the world in the form of a physical existence, becoming one of the few true relics that existed. That was why Gilgamesh felt both anger and disbelief. He was angry because as a king, his treasures were actually taken out by an ordinary person to pull down the legend of the hero king, the most ancient king, from his divine altar. Gilgamesh's treasure house was originally condensed from the legend of collecting all the treasures of the era when he was alive. When Noah took out the exact same thing, it was no longer a legend that belonged to Gilgamesh alone, but a truth that could be possessed by an ordinary person. How could Gilgamesh, who had high self-esteem, not feel angry? And what was unbelievable was the treasures in the treasure house. It was the real thing. It was not condensed from the imagination and beliefs of humans, but a materialized miracle that could only be used by heroic spirits. Instead, it was the same as Avalon, a treasure that truly existed in the world. How did he do it? How did he do it? Gilgamesh only had this question in his mind. Those treasures that should have returned to the legends in various ways, and were lost in this era, why did they appear again? Furthermore, all of them appeared on a human's body. That was simply impossible. That's why I said, if we really want to argue, your treasures are fake, Hero King, Noah said. Indeed, when you were alive, you had a treasure vault that contained all the prototypes of noble artifacts. However, that was lost after you died. What you have now is only something similar to the treasure vault that you had when you were alive, condensed from the imaginations and beliefs of humans. Even if they have the same power, your treasures are still different from the treasure vault that you had when you were alive. No, that's not right. Saying that there is no difference in power is a bit off. Noah seemed to have thought of something and shook his head. There should be no difference in the treasures that are held by your real body in the seat of heroic spirits. The treasures that are held by your heroic spirit clone that exists in this era in the form of a servant can't be compared to your real body's treasures, right? Gilgamesh's face became extremely unpleasant. You bastard, what? You don't want to admit it? Noah sneered. Then, please tell me, Hero King. What's the level of the treasures that you used just now? At this point, Noah shrugged. By the way, the highest level of treasures that I used just now was the giant sword at the end. That was a B-level treasure. The giant sword that you used at the end looked exactly the same, but if I'm not wrong, it should be the highest level of A-level treasures, right? Gilgamesh's face became more and more unpleasant. There was no doubt that Noah had guessed correctly. It was precisely because Noah had guessed correctly that Gilgamesh could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Didn't I tell you before? Gilgamesh raised his head and shouted angrily. Don't get carried away. Under Gilgamesh's roar, the golden ripples fluctuated again. However, this time, the spatial ripples that were connected to the treasure vault called the Gate of Babylon did not open in the space around Gilgamesh, but in the space around Noah. Buzz! Golden ripples fluctuated from all directions and firmly surrounded Noah in the middle. Noah, who did not expect Gilgamesh to use the Gate of Babylon in such a manner, was also surprised. However, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Buzz! Suddenly, golden ripples fluctuated from all directions around Gilgamesh, who was standing on the roof of Ludong Temple, and surrounded Gilgamesh. Wadash! Gilgamesh's face changed. In the next moment, from the ripples that surrounded the two of them, relics emerged one after another and shot towards them from all directions. Bang! A shocking shockwave spread out. Chapter 805. Bang! When such a loud noise resounded through the sky above Ludong Temple, a shocking shockwave spread out. Rumble! The ground where Noah was standing and the temple where Gilgamesh was standing were both blasted apart by the Gate of Babylon's noble artifact. Stone fragments, bricks, and rubble were sent flying in all directions. Thick smoke and dust covered the entire interior of Ludong Temple. From the outside, it looked like a mushroom cloud, and a wave of fire suddenly rose from Ludong Temple. The intense explosion caused the entire Yuanzhang mountain to tremble slightly, causing countless birds in the forest to fly away in panic. It also caused the smell of gunpowder to spread in the air. After an unknown amount of time, the mushroom cloud of smoke and fire slowly dissipated, revealing the scene in Ludong Temple. As expected, the temple had completely turned into a pile of rubble and was still burning. It was simply too horrible to look at. The vast open space also seemed to have been burned by a huge fire. Thick smoke filled the air, the ground was charred black, and even filled with flames. It was a mess. In the middle of such a mess, there was a square box. It was a square box with a shield standing in front, back, left, right, and top of it. It was a square box made of shields. Not long after, the shields that formed the square box turned into light particles and returned to their treasure vault. In the square box formed by the shield that slowly turned into light particles and disappeared, Noah exhaled a breath of air from his mouth. His gaze was focused on the rubble of the temple that was burning in flames. Just now, Noah and Gilgamesh opened their Gate of Babylon around each other and released the relics from the Gate of Babylon. All the relics that Gilgamesh was using were grade A relics. As for Noah, he had also used an A-grade relic. In the end, Noah used an A-grade shield relic to block Gilgamesh's A-grade relic. As Gilgamesh was only a servant and not a heroic spirit, even if his relic was A-grade, it could not break through Noah's relic. After all, Noah's relic was authentic. If Gilgamesh's real body came, it might be able to break through the shield and affect Noah. However, since Gilgamesh was only a servant's clone, those relics were not enough to break through Noah's relic. It was different if it was the other way around. If Gilgamesh used the same method as Noah to block Noah's relic, he would definitely die a horrible death. Since Gilgamesh was just a clone of a servant, even if it was a grade A defensive relic, it would only be equivalent to a grade B relic. On the other hand, the weapon that Noah used to attack was a genuine grade A relic. Using a B-grade relic to defend against an A-grade relic? It was obvious what the consequences would be. Unless Gilgamesh was using an X-grade relic or a relic with a plus feature that could double the power in an instant. Needless to say, Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon definitely had a relic of this level. Therefore, although Noah was quite confident in his previous attack, he could feel that Gilgamesh would not be defeated just like that. Poof! As expected, in the ruins of the temple that was filled with burning debris, a strange sound was suddenly heard. Hearing the sound, Noah narrowed his eyes even though he had expected it. It's not that easy, huh? Under such circumstances, Noah saw it. In the middle of the burning temple ruins, there was an empty space. In the empty space, there was a huge shield. It was a huge shield that looked like a city gate, with golden flower petals embedded in the middle of the shield. Looking at the shield, Noah's eyes narrowed. In Noah's Gate of Babylon, there were all kinds of relic that could exist in the form of weapons and tools. This included the prototype of the relic. Therefore, the shield was also in Noah's Gate of Babylon. After obtaining the Gate of Babylon, Noah directly obtained the information of all the items in the Gate of Babylon. Therefore, Noah recognized the shield that was also in his treasure vault at first glance. Blazing 7 rings, Law of Ajax, blazing 7 rings, Law of Ajax. Once, Archer had also projected this relic. In Greek mythology, it was named after the famous hero of the Trojan War, Ajax. It was proud of its absolute defense against thrown weapons and was regarded as an invincible relic against thrown weapons. However, it was different from the blazing 7 rings, Law of Ajax, that Archer projected. The shield in front of him was as thick as a city wall. It was the prototype of the blazing 7 rings, Law of Ajax. Shah. The thick and huge shield slowly turned into light particles and dissipated in the air. Behind the thick and huge shield, Gilgamesh lowered his head. His expression could not be seen clearly, but his body was surging with a violent aura. You actually made me take out the shield of God. Gilgamesh raised his head and looked at Noah's vision with a pair of eyes full of anger. You really angered me, boy. After saying that, Gilgamesh raised one hand high above his head. Wang. In the tremor of the space, the golden space ripples once again fluctuated from Gilgamesh's hand. However, this time, there was no relic in the golden space ripples. Instead, a burst of bright light burst out and turned into a sword. A key-shaped sword. That was the original body of the Gate of Babylon. Clang! On the key-shaped sword that was held high by Gilgamesh, a burst of red light suddenly skyrocketed. The red light turned into lines like electric wires and spread to the sky, covering the entire space above Gilgamesh. Seeing this scene, Noah's face finally became dignified little by little. Are you finally going to take out your last trump card? Only Noah could understand what the scene in front of him meant. It was analyzing the phenomenon of this world. In Gilgamesh's treasure vault, there was a relic that could only be used after analyzing the world. It was the highest level, almost unparalleled relic. After analyzing the electric wires of this world and completing its task, it retracted back to Gilgamesh's hand. In Gilgamesh's hand, the key-shaped sword had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by another sword. The sword body was cylindrical. The cylindrical sword body was black and covered with red lines. The sword hilt was golden, and the sword guard was golden as well. However, it looked like 3 pieces of silkworm-like flakes that overlapped each other and spread out on the left side. It was a strange sword covered with strange patterns. That was Gilgamesh's most powerful relic. It's time to wake up. Gwaili sword, yay! Holding the cylindrical sword in his hand, Gilgamesh roared out loud. Cut the enemy and this world together. The black cylindrical sword body that was covered with red lines suddenly rubbed against each other in 3 different directions and quickly rotated. Wang! The cylindrical sword body, which was composed of 3 cylindrical blades, rotated faster and faster. It was so fast that the sharp sound of metal rubbing against each other resounded throughout the entire space. Immediately, waves of red air current rose from the sword and surged out through the gaps between the 3 cylindrical rotating blades. Moreover, it continued to surge. Enuma Elish, creator of heaven and earth. The red air suddenly turned into the most violent wind pressure. In an instant, it filled the entire space. Chapter 806. Enuma Elish, the Star of Creation. Gilgamesh's roar, which was even more violent than the storm, rushed into the sky and lingered in the sky above the Ludong temple. However, not long after the sound lingered, the wind pressure that could suppress the roar of Gilgamesh, which could suppress the storm, filled the entire sky. Gilgamesh fiercely pierced the pillar-shaped relic named, Obedient Parting Sword, EA, forward. Immediately, the entire space trembled and collapsed. Yes. Collapse. From the gaps between the 3 cylindrical blades of the Obedient Separation Sword, EA, a red stream of air surged up and instantly transformed into a red tornado. Like a terrifying red dagger, it became the most terrifying wind pressure and directly cut the entire space apart. Suddenly, wherever the red wind pressure passed, the space seemed to directly burst open. It was as if it was fiercely torn apart by an invisible bloody mouth, and jagged pitch-black spatial rifts appeared. Then, the terrifying red wind pressure swept over like a raging wave that covered the sky and earth, engulfing Noah's body. Between heaven and earth, there was suddenly silence. In the next second, an indescribable terrifying shock wave exploded inside the Ludong temple. It carried with it some red airflow and swept in all directions. Pang! Wherever the red airflow passed, the originally scorched ground suddenly burst open, and countless gravel and smoke were lifted. Kacha kacha! The surrounding walls of the Ludong temple were swept by the shock wave. Even though they were some distance away from the center of the shock wave, they still cracked, and cracks appeared as if they were riddled with holes. The ruins of the Ludong temple, which was closest to the obedient separation sword, evaporated in an instant, and turned into a piece of red land. The burning debris was swept into the terrifying wind pressure and was annihilated into nothingness. In the end, there was only a spatial rift that extended from Gilgamesh's direction to Noah's direction. It was accompanied by the terrifying red wind pressure, and it swept out together with the spatial rift in the Ludong temple. It was just like Gilgamesh's declaration when he released the strongest relic that belonged to him. The world was cut open. Obedient separation sword, That was the true name of the sword. And, obedient separation star, Enuma Elish, was not so much the true name of the relic, but rather, it was the maximum output state of the relic called, obedient separation sword, Only when the obedient separation sword, was activated to its maximum output state could the relic be called, obedient separation sword, truly was able to cut the world. This relic was the world's oldest sword. Before the concept of sword appeared in this world, it already existed in this world. Therefore, it was the king of swords that was even older than the sword itself. Even the Excalibur, which had the reputation of being the strongest holy sword in the world, was no match for it. Therefore, the relic called obedient separation sword, was a true X grade. Its power was even greater than that of the Excalibur, which could instantly double the power of the Excalibur, which also broke the rules and reached the A++ grade. As for its ability, it was just as the name said. Heaven and earth creation. This was a precious artifact that could cut apart the world itself. Whoosh! The red airflow that turned into wind pressure continued to spread throughout the Ludong temple, and it scattered everywhere. It crushed the ground. It destroyed the walls. It dug out the soil. It crushed the atmosphere. When it showed signs of weakening, the entire Ludong temple was already in a sorry state. Ha! 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 Holding the obedient separation sword, that slowly stopped spinning, Gilgamesh panted heavily. The anger in his eyes began to dissipate, and it was replaced by the urge to vomit. I didn't think that against a human living in this weak era, I would even take out the obedient separation sword, and I even used it at its maximum output state. This is a relic that can only be used against the tyrant. After taking a deep breath, Gilgamesh calmed his breathing, glanced at the disappearing space fault, and snorted coldly. To be able to see my obedient separation sword, even if you die, you should feel proud, kid. After leaving this sentence, Gilgamesh planned to turn around and leave. As for whether Noah could survive this attack, Gilgamesh did not doubt it at all. That was his confidence in his strongest trump card. Under the maximum output state, even if Noah had the exact same treasure vault as Gilgamesh, there would not be any relic that could defend against the full power of the obedient separation sword, Even if all of the relic were real, it would still be the same. At least, Gilgamesh, who also had the prototype of all the relic, could be sure that in his own treasure vault, there was absolutely no relic that could defend against the obedient separation sword, at its maximum output. That was why Gilgamesh was so confident. However, Gilgamesh did not know at all. Other than the prototype of all the relic, Noah also had a relic that was not the prototype. Just as Gilgamesh was about to turn around and leave, in the space around him, golden ripples suddenly appeared. Wadash! Gilgamesh's expression changed greatly. In the next moment, from the golden ripples, chains suddenly shot out. In a situation where Gilgamesh was unprepared, they wrapped around his limbs, body, and even his neck. Immediately after, the chain tightened. Pa! As if intending to tear Gilgamesh's entire body into pieces, the chains suddenly tightened with a crisp sound, pulling Gilgamesh into the air. Goo! Gilgamesh groaned as his entire body was pulled into the air. His limbs were forcefully pulled in all directions, and he was hung in the air with his arms and legs spread out. Suddenly, the pain from his bound body and the forceful pulling of his limbs swept through Gilgamesh's nerves. The force was so strong that even as a heroic spirit, Gilgamesh could not help but groan. However, Gilgamesh did not care about the pain. In the mind of the hero king, what could be stored was not pain, but blankness. In Gilgamesh's vision, at the end of the gradually disappearing spatial fault in front of him, a protective barrier that was flashing with bright light as if it was composed of pieces of crystals was gradually exposed to the air. A sword that can cut the world. Such a voice came from the dazzling protective barrier. It is said that before the world appeared, the world was just a hell. Until the creation of the world, a world that could allow people to live was born. Along with this voice, inside the protective barrier, a figure was also imprinted into Gilgamesh's eyes. And there is one thing that already existed in the hell period before the creation of the world, thus witnessing the world that used to be hell before the creation of the world. It is an object that recognizes the planet that used to be hell before the creation of the world. It is simply the oldest precious artifact since ancient times. The resplendent protective barrier moved. Following the figure that took a step forward, it moved. No. It should be said that the protective barrier was originally attached to the figure, and moved under the movement of the figure. And its effect is to materialize this legend. Rather than saying that it cuts the world, it is better to say that it creates the hell that existed before the creation of the world. Therefore, the first time it is used in this world, it needs to analyze the world itself, so that the hell that existed in this world can be created. It does have an effect similar to the creation of the world. With such a sentence, the protective barrier around the figure dissipated little by little, exposing Noah who was inside. Just in time, he arrived in front of Gilgamesh. Looking at Gilgamesh's pupils that had shrunk to the size of a needle tip, Noah sneered. But to say that you want to cut the world, don't you think it is too arrogant? Chapter 807. In this world, there was a saying of, can do it. Cutting open the world. Indeed, with the ability of the good separation sword, EA, it was not impossible to say that it could cut open the world. After all, no matter what, the ability of the good separation sword, EA, was used to cut open space. Through condensing and compressing the wind pressure to create a fault, it would form a simulated fault in space and time to attack, shattering all hostile objects. This ability, just like the legend of the good separation sword, EA, was used to split open the sky and earth, creating hell. However, the good separation sword, EA, at most, could only cut open the world. Let's use rice as an example. A grain of rice is considered rice, a big bowl is also considered rice, but if you swallow a grain of rice, can it be considered rice? Under Gilgamesh's gaze of disbelief, Noah, who was standing in front of Gilgamesh, repeatedly mocked him. You only cut open the entire world, which is not even a hair from 9 oxen, and you dare to call it cutting open the world. What a joke! Hearing Noah's extremely sarcastic words, Gilgamesh finally reacted and fiercely struggled. However, the more Gilgamesh struggled, the tighter the chains wrapped around his body. No matter how Gilgamesh struggled, he was unable to move. Don't waste your energy, Hero King. Noah lightly said. Don't tell me you still don't recognize what these chains are. After Noah said this, Gilgamesh finally noticed the chains binding his body. But because he noticed it, Gilgamesh's face suddenly froze. Don't tell me, for you, this should be a very familiar relic, right? Noah said with a smile that did not look like a smile. Its name is Heavenly Lock, Irukudu. The higher the divinity of the target, the stronger the relic. Even if you don't recognize your own good separation sword, EA, you should be able to recognize this relic. Gilgamesh suddenly became furious like never before. You bastard! If people who knew Gilgamesh saw his furious appearance, they would be shocked. This was because even the hero king, who was extremely easily angered, probably did not reach this level of rage in his entire life, right? However, if one really understood the hero king, Gilgamesh, they would definitely understand why he was so furious. In his entire life, Gilgamesh, who was proud of being a king, only had one unique companion who could be called a close friend. That person's name was Enkidu. In the past, in the land ruled by Gilgamesh, there was a divine beast called the Heavenly Bull that wreaked havoc on the land, causing the land to fall into a famine that lasted for 7 years. In order to resolve this disaster, Gilgamesh and his only close friend, Enkidu, worked together to defeat the Sky Bull and restore peace to the land. At that time, he had relied on this chain to capture the Heavenly Bull and lead the battle to victory. Thanks to this chain, Gilgamesh and Enkidu were able to capture the celestial bull and defeat it, thus leading to the final victory and resolving this crisis. So, in memory of his friend, and in memory of this great cause, Gilgamesh named the chain after Irukudu, the Lock of Heaven, Irukudu. To Gilgamesh, the Irukudu was not only a rare godly weapon, but it was also a link between him and his only close friend. Therefore, Gilgamesh trusted the Irukudu more than the obedient parting sword, Ea. Now, this precious artifact that he trusted the most and was connected to his only close friend in his life was used by the enemy just like that. Furthermore, it was used against him. How could Gilgamesh not be furious? What made Gilgamesh even more furious was the fact that the Irukudu relic that he was using on himself was most likely the real deal. This meant that the Irukudu parting sword that was wrapped around his body was most likely the same chain that he had used with his only close friend in his life. This fact caused Gilgamesh's fury to turn into ruthlessness. See if I don't crush this shameless thief into pieces. Gilgamesh allowed the ruthlessness in his heart to continue as he gripped the obedient parting sword in his hand tightly. The godly sword that could cut open the world and create hell once again began to spin, overflowing with a red stream of air. However, in the next second, the spinning, discordant sword, Ea, suddenly stopped as if it was stuck on something. What? Gilgamesh was stunned. Oh. Noah raised his eyebrows. Looks like it has reached its limit. Limit? Gilgamesh had an ominous feeling in his heart. You. What did you do? Noah did not answer. Instead, he silently extended his hand and removed a piece of jewelry from his waist, presenting it in front of Gilgamesh's eyes. It was a bell. It was a black, square-shaped bell tied to a pendant. On the pitch-black square-shaped bell, a faint gas that was hard to detect with the naked eye was diffusing out. Gilgamesh, who was touched by the gas, only felt that something in his body was constantly being drained away. Magic? Gilgamesh suddenly woke up. My magic is being drained away. Don't you think it's too late for you to realize it now? Noah smirked. That's right. It's just a small item that causes the loss of mana. It's not a noble phantasm, just a one-time consumable item. The gas inside is limited, but it won't be affected by any external factors. Once it's released, it will expel all mana units within a certain range bit by bit. It also has the additional effect of preventing anyone who absorbs the gas from noticing the loss of mana. As long as they don't have skills like sabers, or if they come into direct contact with it, they won't notice the loss of mana. Hearing this, how could Gilgamesh not understand why he could not use a noble artifact? It was because, with Gilgamesh's current magic, it was not enough to use a noble artifact. Under the situation where he did not notice that his magic was being drained away, he was driven by anger and released his strongest noble artifact. That attack just now had almost depleted all the magic in Gilgamesh's body. He could not use a noble artifact at all. Now, let's not talk about the good parting sword, EA, you don't even have enough magic to open the treasure vault, right? Noah said indifferently. This time, you've lost, Gilgamesh. Stop spouting nonsense. Gilgamesh roared angrily. I don't have that kind of tool in my treasure vault. You don't have it, but that doesn't mean I don't, Noah said sarcastically. Just like the noble artifact that blocked your good parting sword, EA, that noble artifact, you don't have it in your treasure vault, right? Gilgamesh's expression changed. That's Avalon, the noble artifact that I first owned. Noah looked straight at Gilgamesh. Unlike you, my treasure vault has all the noble artifacts of all the heroes that have existed in the past, including yours and the noble artifacts of the other heroes. Why? Gilgamesh's face was distorted. Why do you have such a treasure vault? Hearing this, Noah suddenly smiled. It's just that my family was worried that I would meet with some trouble outside, so they took all the noble artifacts that were supposed to be lost and returned to the legends from various eras before they disappeared, and gave them to me as a gift. After saying this, Noah raised one of his hands, and a golden ripple suddenly fluctuated out, and a sharp knight's sword popped out and fell into his hand. You can be considered to have died in vain. Following this sentence, the sharp knight's sword cut through the air and pierced forward. Poochie. Blood splattered into the air. Chapter 808. Poochie. Accompanied by a ripping sound, the knight's sword mercilessly pierced through Gilgamesh's heart and came out from his back. Crimson blood splattered onto the ground. Ugh! Gilgamesh's eyes widened. His entire body stiffened on the chains that wrapped around his limbs and torso. He could not even move an inch. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Following gravity, it dripped onto the ground together with the fresh blood from his pierced heart. Not long after, it accumulated into a pool of blood. As his body gradually lost its strength and vitality, the discordant sword, EA, in Gilgamesh's hand slowly slid down. With a crisp, "pa" sound, it smashed onto the ground, turning into particles of light and dissipating into the air. Without a doubt, this was a fatal wound. Under normal circumstances, due to the fact that a servant was a spirit, even if his heart was pierced, he could still be healed. It was not a fatal wound. Gilgamesh obtained a body during the previous Holy Grail War. Thus, he could maintain his current state in this world without consuming any magic. However, because he obtained a body, if his heart was pierced, it was undoubtedly a fatal wound. Thus, Gilgamesh's vision began to blur. Was it painful? Of course it was painful. Was he unwilling? Of course he was unwilling. However, compared to the pain and unwillingness, Gilgamesh was more concerned about another problem. At that moment, Gilgamesh, who was bound by the chains and hung in mid-air, lowered his head and squeezed out these words with difficulty. You, who are you? It was a legitimate question. After all, how could an ordinary person possibly have a way to retrieve the treasures that were about to be lost in every era at the moment of their disappearance, collect them, and put them into a treasure vault? With such an existence behind him, and the identity of Noah who obtained this treasury from him, how could he be an ordinary person? Thus, this was a legitimate question. Towards this legitimate question, Noah only replied with such a calm answer. Noah Doria. That's my name. Noah. Dole. Gilgamesh couldn't help but repeat the name again. As if he didn't see Gilgamesh's reaction, Noah pulled out the knight's sword from Gilgamesh's heart. With a swing, the blood on the sword was flung to the ground. Gilgamesh just stared at Noah, his whole body trembling. It was as if he had used up all his strength in this one moment and roared out loud. Noah Doria. The roar turned into an echo, reverberating in the sky above Ludong Temple. In the next second, Gilgamesh's body slowly turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared into the air. Gilgamesh, leave the stage. In the end, the battle between Noah and the ancient king, who stood at the peak of all heroic spirits, ended with Noah's victory. It was believed that this would be an unbelievable result, but it would also be a result that people would take for granted. Of course, it was unbelievable that such an existence would be defeated by a human. It was natural that after Noah received the gate of Babylon from Gaia and Aleia, the result was destined to be like this. Facing the hero king who had thousands of prototype noble artifacts, he used a noble artifact that was one level above it to suppress it. Wasn't the result obvious? At least, that was what Ryder thought as he witnessed the battle between the relic and the relic. Of course, when Gilgamesh took out the good parting sword, Ryder thought that it was impossible. Although Noah made it seem like it was worthless, the good separation sword was definitely at the top of all noble artifacts. It was not an exaggeration to call it the king of all noble artifacts. As previously mentioned, noble artifacts could be divided into two types, human noble artifacts and military noble artifacts. However, you are referring to the classification of the most common treasures. In terms of power, a military noble artifact was undoubtedly above a human noble artifact. However, above a military noble artifact, there was a noble artifact that was far more powerful than a human noble artifact. A city noble artifact. As the name suggested, it was a powerful noble artifact that could even send a solid structure like a city flying. The difference between a human noble artifact and a military noble artifact was only the difference in effect and range. However, once it reached the level of a city noble artifact, the difference in power would be huge. If a human noble artifact was a single-shot gun and a military noble artifact was a missile, then a city noble artifact would be at the level of an atomic bomb. To describe it in one sentence, a city noble artifact, a human noble artifact, and a military noble artifact were on a completely different level. The power of Gilgamesh's good separation sword was even more powerful than a city noble artifact. It had the ability to cut through space, a world-opposing noble artifact. As a heroic spirit himself, Ryder clearly knew how terrifying the obedient parting sword, was. It was a pity that this relic was still unable to break through Avalon's defense. Therefore, victory belonged to Noah. At this moment, Ryder could not help but think. Noah had said that he had all of Gilgamesh's noble artifacts in his treasure vault. Even Gilgamesh did not have one, but he had one. In that case, did that mean that Noah also had that terrifying world-defying relic? What's more, it's an authentic one that's even more powerful than the one Gilgamesh had just used. At this point, even Ryder didn't dare to continue thinking about it. At this moment, Noah's voice was heard. "Let's go, Ryder." Noah did not even look in the direction that Gilgamesh had disappeared in. He walked in another direction without any hesitation. To solve the final problem. Ryder nodded silently and followed behind Noah. At the last moment, Ryder had this thought in his mind. I don't seem to know my master that well. If he still had the chance to stay in this world after destroying the Holy Grail, he really wanted to understand this unfathomable master and stay by his side. On the other hand, while Noah and Gilgamesh were fighting, Rin Enosaka and Saber were running through the forest towards the lake. The lake was in Ludong Temple. Therefore, even though it was a little far from the mountain gate, since it was in Ludong Temple, it should not be too far away. With the use of magic to increase their speed, Rin Enosaka and Saber only took a few minutes to reach the lake. The view in front of them suddenly opened up. It was no longer the same forest, but a lake. However, the moment they saw the lake, Rin Enosaka and Saber froze as if they were petrified. Looking at the scene in front of them, both Rin Enosaka and Saber were speechless. In the end, Rin Enosaka expressed his emotions with such a sentence. "What's that?" In the middle of the lake, a huge piece of meat was wriggling in disgust as it continued to increase in size. Above the huge piece of meat, in mid-air, there was a dark hole. In the dark hole, mud that was darker than anything else in the world gushed out like magma and fell into the lake like a waterfall, dyeing the entire lake pitch black. Rin Enosaka and Saber felt a shocking amount of magic from the black mud. It would be better to say that the black mud was the magic power of the Holy Grail after it had been materialized. However, this mana was no longer pure. Instead, it had been tainted with a curse and had become mana with a curse nature. Therefore, Rin Enosaka and Saber's expression changed when they saw the violent resentment rising from the black mud. They could not help but take a step back. Hihi, little girl from the Enosaka family, the Night King of the Sword Spirits, are you the only two here? A sinister laugh came from above and entered Rin Enosaka and Saber's ears. The two girls' expressions froze as their hearts sank. Chapter 809. Gulp. Gulp. In the middle of the creeping sound, the large piece of meat in the middle of the lake moved. Every time it moved, the huge piece of meat would obviously increase in size. It was constantly increasing in size, and it looked very disgusting. However, above such a disgusting chunk of meat, below the dark hole, between the hole in the air and the chunk of meat below, Tong Zongyan, who only had his head left, was hovering in the air, surrounded by a swarm of insects. He looked at the black mud that was pouring down like a waterfall and let out an extremely unpleasant, ear-piercing laugh. After 500 years of waiting, this old man has finally waited for this moment. Hearing the unpleasant laughter, Saber's face became serious, while Rin Enbin revealed a look of disgust. Dirty inkstone of Jiantong, what is your purpose? Goal? Naoki Nakajima turned around. To be more precise, he turned his head around and looked down at Rin Enbin. Well, at this point, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Little girl from the Enbin family, my goal is to obtain immortality. Immortal? Rin Enbin's gaze towards Jiantong dirty inkstone turned contemptuous. You obtained the Holy Grail for this? It was only natural for Rin Osaka to be so disdainful. After all, for a magician, immortality was never the first goal. Reaching the origin was the only goal of a magician. In front of this goal, no matter what it was, it could be abandoned. Including life. What magicians were most afraid of was not losing their lives, but not being able to study magic and reach the final destination, the origin. If Enbin pursued immortality in order to continue studying magic and reach the origin, then it was understandable. But now, the hole to the origin had been opened. Moreover, it was right in front of Enbin. If it was to reach the origin, then Enbin's current goal could be said to have already achieved half of it. Although it was only a hole to the origin, and if one wanted to go through this hole to reach the origin, it would certainly give rise to all kinds of problems that needed to be overcome. However, the entrance was already opened, and there was no need to pursue immortality. Therefore, it was very obvious that the purpose of Jiantong's dirty inkstone's pursuit of immortality was not the origin, but rather its own immortality. As a magician, how could Rin Enbin not feel disdain? Little girl, the pursuit of life is human instinct. If possible, who would want to die? Even if it's a magician, how many people would be willing to sacrifice their own life in order to reach the origin? Tong Zongyan seemed to have sensed Rin's disdain towards him from his expression, and he laughed sinisterly without a care. What's more, I've been struggling at death's door for 500 years. If I don't obtain eternal life, my body will completely rot away. Wah! What? Saber, who was holding the holy sword, gasped. You've lived for 500 years. It wasn't just Saber. Even Rin Enosaka was surprised. Rin Enbin had heard that some magicians would think of ways to extend their lifespan in order to extend their lives and continue researching magic. They would even change their life forms and reincarnate into vampires. As a result, the lifespan of some magicians differed greatly from their appearance. However, 500 years wasn't a short period of time. In front of them was a magician who had lived for more than 500 years. How could Rin Enbin and Saber not be surprised? There's nothing strange about it. The magic of the Mezatong family was originally to use insect-type familiars. I just stuffed my soul into the worm and continued to survive by eating other people's bodies as a substitute. As long as the brain worm that contains the soul is still there, I can continue to survive through parasitism. Tong Zongyan seemed to feel that there was no need to hide his secret anymore. He didn't mince his words and directly revealed his secret. However, this method still can't achieve true immortality because the parasitized body will continue to be worn down and will need to change bodies frequently. Moreover, even if this body has a long lifespan, it will still be a human. After living far longer than a human's lifespan, my soul will have long since decayed. One day, even my soul will wither away. Therefore, in order to achieve true immortality, I need the Holy Grail. I see. So this is the reason why you still can't die even after becoming like this? Saber stared at Tong Zongyan. That body is only borrowed. As long as your soul vessel is still there, you won't die. Even the heroic spirits won't be able to kill you. But on the other hand, as long as your soul vessel is found, even an ordinary human can kill you, right? That's right, Night King. Tong Zongyan laughed sinisterly. See? What kind of immortality was this? Full of weaknesses. What I need is to truly not age and not die. Without any weaknesses. Without any limitations. Immortality that will never die. But, do you think you can do it? Rin Enbin said sarcastically. Don't forget, the Holy Grail has already been contaminated. It's no longer a simple wish-granting device. Moreover, this little Holy Grail is something that you rushed to create. It can't be used to grant wishes anymore, right? Actually, even if it was contaminated, the function of the Holy Grail that could grant wishes still hadn't changed. However, if a wish was made to the contaminated Holy Grail, the method of granting the wish would often be carried out in the direction of evil. For example, if a wish was to obtain money that could never be spent, then the Holy Grail would kill all the rich people in the world and provide their money to the wish maker. Under such circumstances, once Tong Zongyan made a wish for immortality, then the Holy Grail would definitely extract the lives of other humans and provide it to Tong Zongyan, extending his life until all the lives of humans in the world were extracted. In addition, once the current Holy Grail was released, it would begin to release all the evil in this world, evoking the calamity of calamities until all the humans who were supposed to be cursed were destroyed. Tong Zhao Yen, who was also cursed by the humans, would definitely not be able to obtain true immortality. In this regard, Tong Zongyan laughed maniacally. That's something that this old man needs to worry about. It has nothing to do with you little girls. Hearing this, Rin Enosaka and Saber understood. If the Holy Grail could really help Tong Zongyan realize his wish for immortality, then Tong Zongyan definitely wouldn't mind extracting the lives of all the humans in the world and concentrating them on himself, right? After all, he was a scum that could turn his own grandson and granddaughter into monsters without hesitation. You really are as dangerous as Gilgamesh, Tong Zongyan. Saber raised the holy sword in her hand, pointed it at Tong Zongyan, and said with a face full of determination. I will definitely not let you succeed. I will definitely destroy you and the Holy Grail together. That's it, Tong Zongyan. Rin Enosaka stared at Tong Zongyan and said with an emotionless voice. No matter what, even if you have lived for more than 500 years, you are still no match for a servant. Not to mention, you are facing the strongest of the 7 classes, Saber's servant. You should just disappear here with the Holy Grail that you desire. Hee hee. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Tong Zongyan suddenly laughed and said such a sentence. Little girl, do you think this old man doesn't understand something that even you understand? Why do you think I lured you all here? Lured? Rin Enosaka and Saber's hearts skipped a beat. At this moment, Saber seemed to have felt something. She suddenly turned her head and looked behind Rin Enosaka. There, a wave of black mud that was like a lurking python suddenly jumped up and turned into a black mud flow, enveloping Rin Enosaka's direction. Rin. Saber did not hesitate and directly rushed out. She leaned to the side and sent Rin Enosaka flying. Then, the black mud flowed down and enveloped Saber, who had replaced Rin Enosaka's position. Chapter 8:10. Saber. When Noah and Ryder were about to see the lake, Rin Tozaka's voice echoed in Noah and Ryder's ears. Hearing this voice, Noah and Ryder knew that something had happened. Something had happened. At that moment, both Noah and Ryder increased their speed to the maximum. Like a gust of wind, they dashed through the forest, bringing with them a lot of dead branches and leaves. Not long after, the full view of the lake was exposed in front of Noah and Ryder. Noah looked around almost immediately, taking in the entire surrounding scene into his field of vision. In the center of the lake, there was a huge piece of meat that was constantly growing. Above the huge piece of meat, there was a black hole that was constantly pouring out black mud. Floating in the middle of the black hole and the huge piece of meat, there was a stone that was surrounded by insects. There was also Rin Tozaka, who was half kneeling on the ground, holding the stone tightly with a face full of regret. In front of Rin Tozaka, there was a swamp of black mud. In it, Saber, who was holding the sacred sword, was bathed in the black mud. Her body seemed to be pressed to the ground by the black mud. Her face was full of pain and she kept struggling, but no matter how hard she struggled, it was to no avail. Under such circumstances, the armor on Saber's body gradually turned pitch black, and even her hair began to turn platinum. It could be seen that Saber was desperately trying to resist the corrosion of the black mud. However, under the situation where Saber was entangled by the black mud was constantly replenishing her. Layers upon layers of black mud covered Saber's body, causing Saber's resistance to become weaker and weaker. The color of her armor and hair also changed more frequently. Seeing Saber like this, Noah's mind flashed with the words Gilgamesh had said when they first met. The hero king said that if a servant bathed in the black mud, their soul would be contaminated and they would become crazy. Only Gilgamesh was not contaminated after bathing in the black mud. Instead, he gained a body from the black mud and became able to appear in this world without consuming magic power. Clearly, Saber did not have the same ability as Gilgamesh. Under the corrosion of the layers of black mud, the servant seemed to be gradually turning black. On the other hand, Tong Zhangyan was surprised by Saber's darkening, or rather, Saber's resistance. You can still resist. Was it because the Holy Grail that Shin-Er made in a hurry was too flawed? The strength of the curse has decreased compared to the previous Holy Grail war. Noah's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to step forward, Rin Enbin's voice rang out. It's useless. That old monster is no longer human. Even if you destroy his head, he won't die unless you find the brain worm that contains his soul. So, let's save Saber first. Master, Ryder, who was standing behind Noah, said softly. I'll go rescue Saber. No, Noah rejected without hesitation. Servants can't touch the black mud, or they will be contaminated like the Holy Grail. Hearing this, Ryder raised his eyebrows. Since Saber can resist to a certain extent, then with my attack power, I should be able to rescue Saber and then escape. Saber can resist the black mud because Sakura used her final command spell. Rin Enbin gritted his teeth and said. Because I couldn't come with you, I left a gem with Xiaoying in advance. As long as that gem breaks, Xiaoying will immediately use the final command spell to support Saber. Just now, I have already triggered the gem spell. The gem on Xiaoying's side should have already broken, so Xiaoying must have used the final command spell to give Saber additional magic to resist the black mud. However, if that's the case, she won't be able to resist for long. Rin Tozaka didn't say this out loud, but Noah and Ryder understood what he meant. Master. Ryder looked at Noah. Through Ryder's blindfold, Noah seemed to be able to see Ryder's eyes. He nodded knowingly and raised one hand above his head. Buzz! Suddenly, the remaining two command seals on the back of Noah's hand that was raised high above his head blurred. Noah used the remaining two command spells at once. At this point, including the command spell he used to summon Ryder during the battle with Lancer, Noah's 3 command spells were all used up. Bang! Ryder's body suddenly exploded with a shocking amount of magical power. The magical power from the two command spells and Noah's own magical power that was drawn to the A++ level overlapped with each other. It was like a madly flowing river, surging inside and outside of Ryder's body. Without any hesitation, Ryder charged into the black mud, charging towards Saber's direction. Since Saber could resist a little with one command spell, then with two command spells and the support from Noah's magical power, there was no reason why Ryder couldn't resist. That way, Ryder would be able to rescue Saber. As for Noah, all he needed to do was to kill the last contemptible scum. Jiantong Dirty Inkstone. Noah raised his head and looked in the direction of Jiantong Dirty Inkstone. His eyes revealed complete indifference. This time, you can't run away, right? No, you're wrong, kid. Jiantong Dirty Inkstone laughed strangely. I don't need to run away. The thing that I've been pursuing for so long is right in front of me. How can I run away? I want to obtain true immortality, and no one can stop me. Even if you're stronger than me, if you can't kill me, then it's useless. Immortality? Noah narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. Your goal is to obtain immortality. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Noah's sudden words made Jiantong Dirty Inkstone stunned. What do you mean? Noah didn't speak, but only raised one hand. Wang. The next moment, a golden ripple fluctuated above Noah's palm. That's... Jiantong Dirty Inkstone was shocked. The Hero King's treasure. Ignoring Jiantong Dirty Inkstone's shock, Noah reached his hand into the fluctuating golden ripple and pulled out an item. It was just a blade of grass. It was a stalk of grass that was surrounded by specks of starlight. From that stalk of grass that was surrounded by specks of starlight, everyone present felt a refreshing spiritual energy, proving that it was not ordinary. Jiantong Dirty Inkstone instinctively felt a desire from the blade of grass, making his mouth open and close. With a trembling voice, he squeezed out a question. What? What is that? Noah looked at the inkstone as if he was looking at something that he could patiently ponder over. He said these words while looking at the inkstone. You should know that when Gilgamesh was alive, he once embarked on a journey to the underworld in search of immortality. He crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and experienced all kinds of hardships. In the end, he obtained an immortal herb in the underworld that could allow one to obtain immortality, but it was secretly eaten by a snake, right? Noah's words made Jiantong Dirty Inkstone's heart suddenly tremble. He stared at the blade of grass in Noah's hand. Could it be? That is, you guessed right. Jiantong Dirty Inkstone, this is the magic herb that can make people immortality. Noah said with a faint smile. Don't you want to be immortal? This is the elixir that you have been dreaming of. Jiantong Dirty Inkstone, who had already guessed it, trembled after getting Noah's confirmation. Ah! With a meaningless cry, Jiantong Dirty Inkstone stared at the magic herb in Noah's hand. His throat, which was not connected to his body, actually made a swallowing sound. The immortality that he had been dreaming of was right in front of him. How could Jiantong Dirty Inkstone not be excited? As a result, Jiantong Dirty Inkstone did not notice it at all. There was only coldness in Noah's eyes. Chapter 8:11. The immortal herb, which was surrounded by specks of starlight, seemed to want to expel the curse that existed in this space. The spiritual chi it emitted made the air a little fresher. Looking at the immortal herb that Noah held in front of him, Visera Jiantong kept trembling. One could imagine how excited he was. Visera Jiantong would not suspect that the immortal herb in Noah's hand was fake. Although he did not know why Noah had such a divine object that only appeared in the mythological era, the spiritual chi emitted from the immortal herb gave Visera Jiantong an instinctive desire. That was the expression of Visera Jiantong's soul, which was about to decay, longed for new vitality. Visera Jiantong's instinct told his master. He needed that immortal herb. That stalk of immortal grass was definitely a genuine spirit medicine that could not age or die. This fact made Visera Jiantong both excited and jealous. Of course, there was no need to mention how excited he was. That was something that Visera Jiantong had pursued for many years. Now that it had appeared in front of Visera Jiantong, how could Visera Jiantong not be excited? As for jealousy and hatred, it was jealousy and hatred towards Noah. What this old man has dreamed of for hundreds of years, you, a brat who has lived for less than 20 years, actually has. Visera Jiantong said somewhat gloomily. How did you get that immortal herb? How I got it should have nothing to do with you, right? Noah said sarcastically. You just need to know that the thing you dream of is now in my hands. That's enough. Ha! Visera Jiantong's voice became louder. And then? What are you going to do with that immortal herb? Are you going to give it to me? When he said this, Visera Jiantong's skull-like face was full of ridicule and jealousy. Visera Jiantong did not believe that Noah would give him the immortal herb that could make people immortal. That was a divine object that could give people eternal life. Who would give such a divine object to someone else? Actually, Tong Zhangyan just felt very unbalanced in his heart. Why was it that a little brat who hadn't even lived for 20 years could easily obtain something that he had pursued for hundreds of years? If there was a God in this world, wouldn't that be too unfair? Filled with such a thought full of jealousy, Zhang Yan never thought that if God really existed, how could he give immortal life to such a vicious and evil person? Noah, who took in the jealousy and hatred in Visceral Inkstone's eyes, smiled, and his smile was unusually cruel. I took this immortal herb out just to tell you a fact. The truth. Zhang Yan Jiantong was stunned. What facts? Noah glanced at the Tong Ziyan. In the next moment, he slowly released his hand that was holding the immortal grass. The immortal grass, which was surrounded by specks of starlight, freely fell to the ground and gently landed on the ground. Seeing Noah throw the immortal grass on the ground, Zhang Yan Jiantong's eyes widened, and his heart trembled. He believed that anyone who saw the thing he dreamed of being casually thrown on the ground by someone else would have the same reaction as Zhang Yan Jiantong. However, in the next moment, what happened in front of Zhang Yan Jiantong really made him go crazy. Noah raised one of his feet, directly stepped forward, and stomped down heavily. Pa-dash! The immortal grass, which was surrounded by specks of starlight and could give people immortal life, was enough to make any human go crazy. Just like that, under the furious gaze of Zhang Yan Jiantong, it was crushed by Noah. Zhang Yan Jiantong's entire mind went blank with a bang. Under such circumstances, Noah's sarcastic voice drilled into his blank mind. A disgusting old worm like you, who is neither human nor ghost, wants to live an immortal life. Dream on. The impact of the thing he dreamed of being ruined in front of his eyes and Noah's words, which were like adding oil to the fire, made Zhang Yan Jiantong's already rotten soul surge with a sense of complete violence, which made him go crazy. You damn brat! Dash! Enduring the pain of his soul gradually rotting away, Zhao Yan of Jiantong used 500 years to continuously and painstakingly manage it. He even did not hesitate to completely degenerate into an evil spirit, just for the immortal life that the immortal grass brought. However, the thing that he had painstakingly pursued for 500 years and dreamed of was not only easily obtained by a brat who had lived for less than 20 years, but also crushed in front of him. Zhang Yan Jiantong only felt that his mind had been completely filled with dark emotions, and his whole person had fallen into a state of madness. At that moment, the insects surrounding Zhang Yan Jiantong flew out like a swarm of locusts, swarming in the direction of Noah. Almost every one of those insects had the ability to devour a human by themselves. It was only a matter of time. They were even more terrifying than piranhas. In the face of such a swarm of locust-like insects, Noah acted as if he did not see anything. He stared at the crazy Zhang Yan Jiantong and murmured softly. What's wrong? Are you in pain? Are you angry? Do you feel that you can't vent the pain and anger in your heart if you don't cut me into pieces? Like an erupting volcano, Noah's dark and deep eyes surged with a violent emotion. Then who should littling vent her pain and anger on? The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying wave of magic suddenly rose from Noah's body. Like a shock wave, it shook in all directions. Dong! The locust-like swarm of insects were directly annihilated by the shockwave of magic power. Like moths drawn to a flame, they were incinerated one after another like flames. After I learned what you did to littling from Zangyan Shinji, I had already decided. With a violent wave of magic rolling in his body, Noah raised his eyes and pierced his cold gaze directly in the direction of Zangyan Jiantong like a sharp sword. You will definitely die. Looking at Noah, who was surging with amazing magic, Zangyan Jiantong felt a sense of fear in his heart. However, the madness of his dreams and ambitions being ruined by Noah dispelled this fear, and made Zangyan Jiantong hysterical. You are the one who should die. Damn brat. Accompanied by Zangyan Jiantong's hysterical roar, the black mud surging in the lake suddenly surged violently, like a stormy sea, and covered the direction of Noah. Noah obviously furrowed his brows when he saw the murky black mud. Even Rin and Osaka and Saber could feel the curse and resentment in the black mud. How could Noah, with his outstanding sensing ability, not feel it? The extremely shocking curse in the black mud made Noah, with his outstanding sensing ability, feel as if he had been thrown into a volcano. The surrounding air was filled with the smell of sulfuric acid, which was extremely uncomfortable. In addition, the black mud was so filthy, who would want to be touched by it? Noah naturally did not want to be drenched by the turbid mud. As for the curse, it was not a problem for Noah. However, Noah did not want to avoid it. Is this what you're relying on? Noah stood motionless in the same place, only looking at the surging black mud, and said so. Since that's the case, then let me succeed with what you rely on. Therefore, Noah, who had no intention of avoiding it, slowly closed his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Stupid kid. You actually took the initiative to bear the curse that can kill all humans in the world? What an idiot. Fine. You can experience all the evil in this world. Have a taste of a curse that weighs billions. The next moment, in the midst of Zangyan Jiantong's wild laughter, Noah's body was directly covered by the black mud. At the last moment, Noah seemed to have heard Rin and Osaka's scream, and also saw a rider, who threw Saber to the ground in his arms, recklessly rushing over. At this time, Noah felt as if he had sunk into a swamp, constantly sinking, and was constantly being squeezed by the surrounding resentment and curses. Opening his eyes, Noah's deep dark eyes flashed with a flash of light. Then, Noah's voice gently sounded. Let's begin. Chapter 8:12. Noah's body emitted smoke as if he was being burned by fire. He continued to sink into the darkness without a bottom. Feeling the pain from his skin, Noah's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The curse from the surroundings was like a materialized wave of resentment and malice, constantly squeezing Noah's body and drilling into Noah's body through Noah's body. Unfortunately, the billions of curse that could kill all the humans in the world suddenly trembled and disappeared the moment it entered Noah's body. Noah had 3 major constitutions. One of them was that he was immune to all negative forces. Negative forces such as poisoning, cursing, or weakening were not effective on Noah. Therefore, even if there were billions of curses from all the evil in the world, there was still no way to shake Noah's body. It was just that there was no way to avoid the damage caused by the curse. Looking at his smoking skin that was burned by the curse, Noah smacked his lips. It's so dense that it can cause substantial damage. As expected of a curse with billions of weight. I'm afraid that if such a curse were to spread on the street, everything would be burned to ashes. Fortunately, Noah's body could be immune to the effects of the curse, so the substantial damage was minimized. Of course, even so, the feeling of his skin being burned was not good. Let's hurry up and end this quickly. With such a thought, Noah turned his hand and something suddenly appeared in his palm. It was a mass of black light connected head to tail like an Ouroboros. Seeing this mass of black light, it was believed that anyone would associate it with a creature. Snake. That was the snake that Noah obtained from Orpheus. It was the power of the snake from Orpheus that could enhance people's strength with infinite possibilities. Ever since he obtained the snake from Orpheus, Noah would study it whenever he was free in an attempt to unravel the secret of Orpheus' unlimited power. After this period of research, Noah really did find something. Noah found that the power of Orpheus' snake had not been depleted at all. No matter what kind of existence it was, if it fell into the long flow of time, it would be depleted. Even the hardest steel would begin to rust after a period of time. No matter how old a tree was, after a long time, it would still decay one day. While people were alive, their life was constantly being depleted. Even if it was magical power, if it was left alone, it would gradually dissipate. At least, in the absence of special circumstances, almost everything was like this. There were very few who could achieve true eternity. But Orpheus' snake did not have the slightest damage no matter how long it was left. Obviously, Orpheus' power belonged to those few special circumstances. Then, what was the key that made Orpheus' power to be said to be eternity? Cycle. Orpheus' power had always been in a state of cycle. After discovering this, Noah understood the origin of Orpheus' unlimited power. If a straight line extended out, no matter how long it was, when it stopped, it would be the end. However, if a straight line were to form a circle, it would never be able to see the end. Orpheus' power had always been in a state of cycle, forming a state where it was not depleted. Under such circumstances, even if it was left alone, Orpheus' snake would enter a state of cycle, so that the power would not be depleted with the passage of time, but would follow a circular path as time passed, not allowing it to be depleted at all. If Noah absorbed Orpheus' snake, the power in it would be dispersed, eliminating the state of cycle, and adding to the user's power. However, if this snake was not dispersed, that is, if he did not absorb the power in it, but let it maintain the state of cycle, and then integrate it into his body, what would it become? Then, the power that had been in a cycle would become a foundation. Instead of absorbing the power, he would inject the power into it in reverse. In this way, the power that was injected into the snake would also enter a state of cycle. No matter how it operated, there would be no depletion. No matter how it circulated, there would be no end. It could be said to be unlimited. Noah wanted to turn this snake into the foundation of his power. That is, the unlimited foundation of magic. Without any hesitation, Noah pressed the snake in his hand on his body. Wang! With a tremor, the power called snake integrated into Noah's body. Normally, at this time, Orpheus' snake would turn into pure power, and be absorbed by the user to strengthen himself. However, the moment the snake entered his body, Noah used his mind to guide it. Instead of absorbing it, he guided it to the depths of his body. Immediately, the magic in Noah's body surged like a flood, and with a violent momentum, it was continuously added to the power of the snake. Wang, 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 wang. The snake, that originally belonged to Orpheus, not only became bigger and bigger under Noah's magic, but also seemed to be dyed. The dark color gradually faded and was replaced by pure white bit by bit. Then, the aura and waves that belonged to Orpheus that surged on the snake gradually changed to Noah's aura and waves. If it was Orpheus' snake before, then now, it was Noah's snake. Next, what Noah needed to do was to make this snake into a foundation. A foundation that had no limits. At that time, this foundation would become Noah's source of magic, providing Noah with endless magic. To achieve this goal, the cycle that existed in the snake must be continuously expanded. It was like making a hole. Noah was about to make a bottomless hole. And the project that this process required would all be carried out with magic. If he wanted to make a real bottomless hole, the amount of magic that would need to be consumed was simply terrifying. Noah's magic was terrifying, but there was no guarantee that it would be enough. And once there was a lack of magic at a critical moment, the foundation that was obtained with great difficulty would be completely scrapped. Therefore, Noah had never tried. However, it was different now. Noah could sense that the curse around him that was constantly drilling into his body had been eliminated by his physique and turned into pure mana. That was the magic from the Great Holy Grail. Before the start of each Holy Grail War, Fuyuki City's Great Holy Grail would absorb enough magic power from Fuyuki City's land vein that was connected to the so-called infinite source of magic power and accumulate it. Now, the magic accumulated in the Great Holy Grail had become a pure curse because of the pollution of all the evil in this world. When the small Holy Grail used the stored spirit of the servant to open the hole that led to the outside of the world, the source, the magic of the Great Holy Grail that was supposed to be used to fix the hole turned into a curse and naturally flowed out of the hole. In other words, the black mud that flowed out of the holes was actually the magic power of the curse. Once the curse was removed, it would be restored to pure magic. Therefore, when the curse that entered Noah's body was eliminated by Noah's constitution, it would be restored to pure magic. This pure magic would become Noah's help. Noah's own vast magic might not be enough to create an infinite source of magic. Then, with the Great Holy Grail, that could be said to be infinite magic, what would happen if both sides worked together? Hum 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 hum. The pure white snake in Noah's body was constantly filled with magic and constantly trembled. On top of it, the magic that was in a state of circulation was crazily accelerating, following the circular path of an Ouroboros that was connected from head to tail, like a surging wave, crazily flowing. At the same time, the curse that flowed into Noah's body was constantly being transformed into pure magic, and similarly violently surged into the frequently trembling white light that was connected from head to tail. Walala! Suddenly, the black mud surrounding Noah was like flowing water, constantly being absorbed into Noah's body, creating a scene of a black whirlpool rolling around Noah's body. And the black mud, at a speed visible to the naked eye, disappeared. Chapter 8:13. Cough cough, Saber, who was rescued by Ryder from the black mud, immediately knelt down on one knee as if she had just been fished out of water. She coughed uncontrollably as if she was choking on water. However, Saber's armor, which was gradually turning black, was slowly returning to its original color. Her platinum hair was also slowly returning to its original golden color. This told Rin and Osaka that Saber had escaped from her predicament. Saber. Rin also knelt down on one knee as he supported Saber. Seeing that Saber's condition was slowly fading away, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. On the other side, after Ryder confirmed Saber's condition, he turned his head and looked in Noah's direction. Then, his expression changed. This was because Ryder had seen it. He saw Noah being swallowed by the surging black mud without the slightest bit of resistance or evasion. Ha 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 ha. Stupid kid. You actually took the initiative to bear a curse that could kill all humans in the world? What an idiot. Fine. You can experience all the evil in this world. Have a taste of a curse that weighs billions. Tong Shinobi also saw this scene and let out a maniacal laugh. Oh no. Rin Enbin exclaimed. Saber, who was gasping for breath, bit her lips. As for Ryder, the moment he saw Noah being swallowed by the black mud, he shot out like an arrow from a bow. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the black mud. This time, both Rin Enbin and Saber were shocked. Don't go. As a servant, once they touched the black mud, they would be corrupted. It was a powerful curse that only Gilgamesh, the hero king, could escape. The reason why Saber and Ryder were able to resist the curse was not only because of the blessing of the command curse, but also because the small Holy Grail, Shinji Tsushima, had too many flaws, which caused the curse flowing out of the holes of the Holy Grail to weaken a lot. Because of these two reasons, Saber and Ryder were able to resist the curse. But now, Saber's blessing from the command curse had been used up. Ryder had 2 command curses to support him, so he still had some left. However, he definitely wouldn't be able to last long. When that time comes, Ryder, who had lost the command curse, would be swallowed by the black mud. Ryder clearly understood this as well. However, Ryder still rushed toward the black mud without hesitation. His whole body was submerged in the black mud that was surging like waves. He kept rushing toward Noah's direction. How stupid. It's fine if the master is stupid, but I didn't expect the servant to be so stupid as well. Tong Shinobi seemed to vent his anger as he laughed. Is this the so-called hero? How stupid. Saber, who was being supported by Rin Enbin, glared at Tong Shinobi. She wanted to raise the holy sword in her hand, but because of her physical strength, she immediately put it. Saber, Saber. Don't worry, Rin Enbin said softly as he looked at Ryder, who was rushing into the black mud while supporting Saber. It's okay. That guy won't be affected by this curse so easily. He can even fight against the Night King Artoria and the great hero Hercules. He even defeated the hero King Gilgamesh. How could he die here? It was as if he was confirming Rin Enbin's words. In the next instant, the black mud that was surging like waves suddenly paused. Soon after, it began to surge crazily in an even more berserk manner. However, this time, the black mud that had turned into waves no longer surged aimlessly. Instead, it flowed in a certain direction and began to swirl. Gradually, with the destination of the flow as the center, it began to spin like a whirlpool. The sudden abnormality stunned everyone present. What's wrong? Tong Shinobi's laughter suddenly stopped. What happened? Ryder, who was rushing into the black mud, suddenly stopped. With a leap, he returned to Rin Enbin and Saber's side. Seeing Ryder's action, Rin Enbin and Saber understood what was going on, and their eyes lit up. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the black mud that filled the entire lake flowed out from the hole of the Holy Grail and joined the whirlpool at an astonishing speed, surging towards the center of the whirlpool. In just a short time, the black mud that was about to overflow from the lake was reduced by a lot. It was all absorbed by the whirlpool. It should be said that it was absorbed by a figure in the center of the whirlpool. The murky black mud was continuously flowing from Noah's body, who was standing in the center of the whirlpool with his eyes closed. It seeped into Noah's body and was absorbed at an astonishing speed. Although he had clearly absorbed such a shocking amount of curse and mana, Noah's aura didn't seem to be in a frenzy at all. On the contrary, the waves of mana were reduced, and they slowly disappeared along with the absorbed black mud. Under such circumstances, Noah's aura became more and more profound, becoming more and more unfathomable. Impossible. Tong Shinobi's face was full of shock as he shouted out loud. He actually took the initiative to absorb the curse power into his body. How could he be fine? As if in response to Tong Shinobi's shock, the black mud that was flowing out of the hole of the Holy Grail became more and more turbulent. It was as if it was trying to make Noah explode after absorbing it. It continuously turned into a stream of mud and rushed towards Noah's direction. However, no matter how much the black mud that was full of curses tried to fill up, Noah's body was like a bottomless pit. It did not reject it and there was no sign of it being filled up. Immediately, Noah's aura became more restrained. Although they did not know what was going on, there was no doubt that after absorbing billions of curses, Noah was not affected at all. Instead, he seemed to be breaking through. Don't even think about it. Tong Shinobi, who had recovered from the shock, did not care about anything else. He directly drove his remaining head and bit in the direction of Noah. However, just as Zhang Yanjian Tong rushed in Noah's direction, a gaze that made Zhang Yanjian Tong feel a sense of crisis like the shadow of death was cast on Zhang Yanjian Tong's head. Suddenly, a wave of magic power, accompanied by the sight, tightly wrapped around Tong Shinobi's head, making the flying head of Tong Shinobi freeze in midair. Crack! The next second, such a sound was heard. It was not the sound of cracking, but the sound of something being condensed like ice. What was condensed was naturally Tong Shinobi's head. It could be seen that the head of Tong Shinobi was starting from the neck, and gray marks were constantly climbing up. What? Tong Shinobi's face changed abruptly. Petrification. Yes. Petrification. Tong Shinobi's head was being petrified at a speed visible to the naked eye. What caused Tong Shinobi's head to be petrified was the sight that was projected with magic power fluctuations. It was Rider's sight. At this moment, Rider, who was standing beside Rin Enbin and Saber, had his eye mask removed, revealing a pair of white eyes that were like the pupils of a snake. Under the gaze of that pair of eyes, Tong Shinobi was being petrified bit by bit. Petrification Demon Eye. Rin Enbin was shocked. Medusa. Anything that was stared at by Medusa's eyes would be turned into stone. This was a mythical story that everyone knew. At this point, Rider finally released his petrification demon eye and turned Tong Shinobi's foundation into stone. No! Tong Shinobi only had time to let out such a scream before his mouth turned into stone. Not long after, Tong Shinobi's entire head was completely petrified. He fell from mid-air into the black mud and was swallowed by it. It wasn't until Tong Zhangyan's head was petrified and fell into the black mud that Rider put the blindfold back on his eyes, sealing the famous magic eye back in. The scene returned to silence. Only the whirlpool's rolling sound lingered, and it did not subside for a long time. Chapter 8:14. Walala. Like a whirlpool, the black mud continuously filled Noah's body. Under the influence of Noah's physique, it was quickly purified and turned into pure magic power. Then, like a torrent, it surged into the pure white ball of light in Noah's body. At this time, Noah's magic power was already exhausted. Like a whirlpool, the black mud that was absorbed into Noah's body and turned into pure magic power gradually became less and less, causing the magic power that was poured into the pure white ball of light to become less and less. Noah, who was well aware of the situation in his body, could only pray. He prayed that the magic power from the Great Holy Grail was enough to transform the pure white ball of light. Otherwise, the infinite foundation that he had obtained with great difficulty would be wasted. Just like this, under Noah's prayer, the magic power that flowed into Noah's body became less and less, until finally, there was only a small stream left. At this time, even Noah couldn't help but become anxious. Could it be that his idea of an infinite magic power source was wrong? Using Orpheus's snake, that represented an infinite cycle as the foundation, and then pouring a huge amount of magic power into the cycle, was the idea of creating a magic power source that could hold an infinite amount of magic power wrong? In the end, the world still favored Noah. Buzz! At a certain moment, the pure white ball of light that was constantly absorbing a huge amount of magic power suddenly trembled and stopped absorbing magic power. Noticing this, Noah's spirit was lifted. It was also at this moment that a change began. Buzz! Almost in an instant, the entire pure white ball of light suddenly expanded, setting off a terrifying energy whirlpool, causing the pure white ball of light's volume to rapidly expand. In an instant, it expanded to its limit. Bang! A corner of the pure white ball of light suddenly exploded. Bang 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 bang! This explosion, like a chain reaction, caused the rest of the pure white ball of light to explode one after another. Boom! In the end, the entire pure white ball of light directly exploded. That scene was like an egg that was about to hatch. The pure white ball of light's eggshell was forcefully opened. Thus, a black hole-like hole appeared in Noah's body. That was a hole that was slowly swallowing the fragments of the pure white ball of light that had exploded. While rotating by itself, traces of terrifying fluctuations were surging out of the hole. Perhaps because it had swallowed too much magic power from the Holy Grail, that hole was very similar to the Holy Grail outside that hole that led to the source. Its entire body was dark black, and its interior was filled with dark blue spots of light that resembled starlight. It looked extremely beautiful, causing the entire cave to be covered in a halo of light. Noah muttered in his heart as he looked into the dark hole in his body. Is this the infinite mana source that was formed after the transformation? In the next moment, Noah's body. As the mana in his body was completely depleted, Noah's mana began to gradually recover like steam. Wang. When Noah's body began to generate mana, the black hole-like hole suddenly erupted with a suction force, sucking in all the mana that had just been generated and swallowing it. Of course, the devoured magic power did not disappear, but was stored in the void. Noah could feel that although the mana generated in his body was completely devoured and stored in the void, he could easily mobilize and use the mana in the void. Realizing this, Noah's heart was filled with joy. This was because Noah's idea had succeeded. Using Orpheus' snake as the base, using the characteristic of the infinite cycle, he filled it with a huge amount of magic power to expand the degree, strength, and intensity of the cycle. In the end, the snake would reach its original form, like Orpheus, which could be said to be infinite, evolving into a source of magic with no limit. When this limitless source of mana was born, Noah would be able to store mana in it. It was just a simple idea. However, it was such a simple idea that could bring amazing benefits to Noah. It seemed to be a simple storage function, but Noah could continuously store mana in it. This was a great use. It should be known that the human body was limited. If the human body was a container, and mana was water, when the container was filled with water, the container called human would naturally be unable to contain any more water called mana. It was the same for Noah. If there was a container that could hold water indefinitely, then water could continuously flow in, causing the container to only have more and more water. There was no limit. Wasn't this infinite? Usually, when his mana was full, Noah would naturally be unable to generate mana and increase the capacity of his mana. Now, with a limitless source of mana, Noah's body would continuously generate mana and store it in the limitless source of mana. When he needed to use it, he would take it out of the source of mana. If he was not using it normally, the mana in the source of mana would always be in a state of increasing. Wasn't this equivalent to having infinite mana? Although it was not the same as Orpheus' infinite possibilities, this was Noah's infinity. Noah's mana was already very amazing. Once it was consumed, the speed of recovery was also amazing. In addition, Noah could also use the elf incarnation. Under the state of using the elf incarnation, his mana would also recover at a terrifying speed. If he were to store mana with this recovery speed, it would be simply amazing. After all, under normal circumstances, even if all his mana was consumed, once he used the elf incarnation, Noah would be able to recover all his mana in 2 to 3 hours. In other words, after using the elf incarnation for 2 to 3 hours, Noah would be able to obtain mana equivalent to his peak state. In this way, if Noah kept using the elf incarnation and stored the recovered mana in the source of mana, 2 to 3 hours would be equivalent to his peak state of mana. 5 to 6 hours would be equivalent to his peak state of mana. 10 to 20 hours would be equivalent to his peak state of mana and more than 3 times his peak state of mana. Then, if he kept on using his mana, why would he need to worry about running out of mana? Therefore, with this limitless source of mana, in the future, Noah's mana would only increase and would definitely not decrease, reaching the true meaning of infinity. When Noah opened his eyes again, the sky had already begun to brighten. Seeing the edge of the sky that had begun to glow, Noah could not help but stare blankly, and then his heart tightened. Could it be that it took him a long time to develop the limitless source of mana? That Tong Guang inkstone, thinking of this, before Noah had time to react, several voices entered his ears. Noah, Master. With Rin Enbin as the leader, Saber, Rider, and the other girls all gathered around Noah. Rin Enbin was the first to squeeze in front of Noah and shouted at Noah. You finally know to wake up. Idiot. Being shouted at by Rin Enbin, Noah could not help but take a step back, but he still hurriedly spoke. Could it be that it has been a long time? It has already been a night. Rin Enbin shouted in exasperation. Thanks to you, we were also at a loss for the entire night. Do you want us to die of anxiety? Rin is right. Saber, who was standing behind Rin Enbin, also frowned, as if she was somewhat angry. If the problem of the Holy Grail had not been solved along with it, then we would have been very troubled, Noah. After Saber said this, Noah realized. In the surroundings, the originally extremely filthy black mud had completely disappeared. Not only the black mud, even the whole of the Holy Grail, and the increased value of the meat were all gone. The reason why the black mud disappeared, Noah could roughly guess. It was probably because it was completely absorbed by Noah, right? As for the reason why the whole of the Holy Grail disappeared, Noah could also guess. The hole was originally fixed by the magic stored in the Holy Grail. Now that the contaminated magic stored in the Holy Grail was all absorbed by Noah, there was naturally not enough magic to fix the whole of the Holy Grail. As for the increased value of the meat, which was the Holy Grail, it should have been taken care of by the girls, right? Was it already over? Chapter 8:15. Noah didn't expect that it would take him a whole night to create an infinite mana source. Not only that, but it also absorbed all the cursed black mud in the Great Holy Grail, causing the whole of the Holy Grail to be unable to be fixed, and it disappeared just like that. Thinking of this, Noah could not help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he didn't need to spend any more mana to create his own mana source. If the creation of the infinite mana source required more mana, then after exhausting all his mana and exhausting the mana in the Great Holy Grail, Noah would not have any other mana source to continue to create his own mana source. Almost, the creation of the mana source would have failed. In this case, how could Noah not feel lucky? Master, at this time, Ryder, who had been quietly waiting by the side, threw a person in his hand to Noah's feet. What should we do with this person? Hearing this, Noah lowered his head, looked at the person thrown to his feet by Ryder, and raised his eyebrows. That was Tong Shinji. His whole body was bulging with blue veins, and even his face was full of squirming blue veins. Tong Shinji was lying on the ground like a dead person. Although his eyes were open, his pupils were completely gone, leaving only the whites of his eyes. He was like a person in a vegetative state who had suffered extraordinary torture and had a nervous breakdown. In fact, Tong Shinji could not be called a person. After being transformed into the Little Holy Grail by the visceral inkstone, and being forcefully used to open the whole of the Holy Grail, the personality known as Shinji had long collapsed under that painful torture. What was left was only a living shell. In this regard, Noah did not have the slightest bit of pity. Because Tong Shinji was not worthy of Noah's pity at all. Noah was not a good person. He would save people, but only those who were pleasing to his eyes. And if it was someone who was not pleasing to his eyes, then no matter how bleak it was, the thing that deserved to die still deserved to die. Obviously, in Noah's heart, Tong Shinji belonged to this kind of person. For him to end up like this, it could be said that he deserved it. After Tong Shinji was petrified, the proliferating flesh was destroyed by us. Ryder said softly. But, that Tong Shinji was just a shell, the brain worm that contained his soul is not here, so it should not be dead yet. We dragged this man out of that mass of flesh. Originally, we wanted to find out the location of the brain worm from him. Rin Dosaka glanced at the motionless Shinji Tomoto on the ground and sighed. Now it seems that we have no way to get the whereabouts of the visceral stone of Jiantong from this person in a vegetative state whose mind has collapsed. At the side, Saber nodded. She looked at Tong Shinji, who was lying on the ground without moving. His body seemed to have worms crawling under his skin, and his veins were wriggling. She said expressionlessly. So, should we give him a quick death? Rin and Osaka didn't say anything. With Tong Shinji's current state, living in itself was equal to suffering. Then, it was better to give Tong Shinji a quick death. Thinking like this, Rin Enbin did not object. He let Saber slightly raise her holy sword and walked towards Tong Shinji. But, at this time, Noah suddenly laughed. No, before that, let's dig out the guy hiding in the shell first. The guy hiding in the shell. The group of girls suddenly froze. Noah did not say anything, but looked at Tong Shinji's heart. He took off his coat, tore off a piece of cloth and wrapped it around his hand. In the next moment, Noah's hand that was wrapped in cloth suddenly pierced down. Poochie! With a tearing sound, Tong Shinji's heart was cleanly pierced. Tong Shinji's body only twitched a little, and then, he stopped moving. Gee! At the same time, in the heart of Tong Shinji that was pierced by Noah's hand, there was an ear-piercing sound, which shocked the group of girls. Only Noah seemed to have known what was going to happen. His expression did not change at all. He pulled out his hand with force, bringing out a burst of red blood. Ah! Ah! Then, an old scream rang out from Noah's palm as he pulled it out of his hand. Let me go! Let me go! Upon hearing this voice, Rin Enbin, Saber, and Ryder immediately understood what was going on. When they saw Noah's blood-stained hand and the body that was letting out that shriek, they couldn't help but reveal a look of disgust. It was a bug. It was a bug that kept twisting its body and struggling in Noah's hand that was wrapped in a bloody cloth. The sound came from this disgusting bug. Although I've long guessed that your main body must be much more disgusting than the parasitic body, I didn't expect it to be so disgusting. Fortunately, I didn't touch it directly with my hands. Noah sneered. Don't you have any thoughts? Tong Shinji sink stone. Yes. The bug that was tightly held by Noah and could not break free no matter how hard it struggled was Tong Shinji sink stone. To be precise, it should be the brain worm that contained Tong Shinji's soul. Why? The insect struggled and screamed out loud. Why did you find me? It should be, why did you think of hiding in your grandson's body? Noah laughed mercilessly. You clearly know that your useless grandson is not a magician at all. Even his magic circuit has dried up. It is impossible for him to have magic in his body. You are still hiding in his body. You are really stupid. I immediately felt your magic in Shinji Mitsuki's body. Such an obvious magic aura, isn't it telling me that you are here? Just because of this reason. Tong Shinji's inkstone was shocked. Shinji is the little holy grail that I transformed. There is my imprint worm in his body, so it is normal to have my magic. How can you suspect that I am in Shinji's body because of this? Unfortunately, my feelings are so sharp. Noah curled his lips and smiled. Even if the imprint worm in your mouth can carry your magic, it can't carry your own aura. Your aura appeared in Tong Shinji's body. How can I not suspect? You actually hid in the Holy Grail that you created yourself. Has your desire for the Holy Grail reached this point? Noah's voice began to have evil intentions. This is also your failure. Tong Shinji's inkstone, since it has fallen into my hands, the game should be over. No. Wait. Wait. The brain worm that contained the soul of Tong Shinji's inkstone began to struggle madly and shouted repeatedly. Kid. No, that's not right. Your Excellency Noah, please think about it carefully. There's no need for us to fight to this extent. If you think about it carefully, there's no direct conflict between us before this, nor is there any deep hatred. You don't have to kill me, right? You said that you are doing this for Sakura, but as far as I know, you have known Sakura for less than 10 days. The number of times you have met her is less than 10. Why do you want to make things difficult for me for such a little girl? Tong Shinji's inkstone thought that he was smart. I know, there must be something on Sakura that caught your eye, right? Or do you want Sakura to be your plaything? That girl is really not bad looking. But as long as Sir Noah spares my life, I'll definitely find better toys for you than Xiao Ying's. In order to survive, Tong Shinji's inkstone was willing to do anything. However, Tong Shinji's inkstone did not realize that his words had caused Noah, Rin Enbin, Saber, and Ryder's expressions to become colder and colder. Indeed, just as you said, I have known Sakura for less than 10 days. The number of times we have met is less than 10. In terms of feelings, we are still very shallow, but I find that girl very pleasing to the eye. Noah said sarcastically. For someone like you who treats human life as a plaything, it is completely incomprehensible. After saying that, Noah suddenly clenched his fist. Tong Shinji's inkstone did not even have time to scream before he was crushed into pieces. He turned into a pool of blood and died without a complete corpse. Chapter 8:16. From the beginning to the end, Rin and Osaka, Saber, and Ryder were just watching coldly from the side. They didn't care about the life and death of Dirty Inkstone at all. To Saber, an evil demon like the Dirty Inkstone of Jiantong was a target that had to be eradicated. Even if Noah wanted to let the Dirty Inkstone of Jiantong go, Saber would not agree. For Ryder, no matter who it was, except for Noah, she wouldn't waver even if they died, including Rin and Osaka and Saber. After all, Ryder was the snake demon Medusa in Greek mythology. She had killed countless people, and her hands were already stained with blood. She wouldn't be shaken by this. As for Rin and Osaka, there was no need to talk about him. Although he never admitted it, Rin and Osaka was definitely Rin and Osaka's sister. His sister was treated like that by Dirty Inkstone, and before she died, he even said that he treated En Osaka like a toy. How could Rin and Osaka forgive Dirty Inkstone? Therefore, no one would feel pity for someone as evil as Dirty Inkstone, even if he died, and no one would try to save his rotten life. Compared to Shinji and Osaka, Dirty Inkstone deserved to die more. After crushing the inkstone into pieces, Noah threw away the blood-stained cloth wrapped around his hand and shook his hand. This old bug is more disgusting than I thought. House En Osaka has always used insects as a means of fighting. Their magic research is also in this direction. Rin and Osaka said expressionlessly. Although in terms of magic history, House En Osaka has a longer history than House En Osaka, but personally, this kind of magic, I respectfully decline. Even that kind of magic comes from the power of the source. Noah raised his head and looked at the position of the hole of the Holy Grail that had disappeared, and suddenly asked. Hey, En Osaka, since the problem of the small Holy Grail is solved, what about the Great Holy Grail? The small Holy Grail was used to store the servant's soul to open the hole that led to the source. The Great Holy Grail, on the other hand, was used to absorb the magic power of the ley line, which was used to run the entire ritual of the Holy Grail War. In the end, it would use the magic power absorbed from the ley line to fix the hole. Compared to the Little Holy Grail, the Great Holy Grail was the true system of the Holy Grail War. As long as the Great Holy Grail existed, magicians who had designs on the Great Holy Grail could continue to create the Little Holy Grail. When the Great Holy Grail accumulated enough magic power, they could continue to launch the Holy Grail War. Because of all the evil in this world, this Great Holy Grail has long been contaminated, Noah said. If the Great Holy Grail is not dealt with, then all the evil in this world will continue to descend upon this world sooner or later. I know. Rin Enbin nodded solemnly. Now, let's go and destroy the Great Holy Grail. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Coincidentally, the Great Holy Grail of Fuyuki City is under the Ludong Temple of the Yuanzang Mountain. According to Rin Enbin, there was a huge hole in the Yuzang Mountain. That big hole was the center of the entire Fuyuki City. Therefore, the Great Holy Grail was in that big hole. Under Rin Enbin's lead, Noah and the others entered the Yuzang Mountain. After passing through a cave, they entered the big hole. The big hole was very spacious, as if it was specially made by someone. After entering the big hole, Noah and the others quickly saw a rock slab that looked like a cliff. It was a rock slab that was faintly emitting light. Looking at the rock slab, Saber and Ryder's expressions were quite dignified. Presumably, these two servants felt the abnormality in the air, right? What a twisted magic residue, it's like poisonous gas from a poison jar. Rin Enbin also seemed to feel something and closely looked at the rock slab. There's no need to think about where the Great Holy Grail is. Noah nodded and led the girls to climb up the rock slab. In the center of the rock slab, there was a huge hole. Standing at the edge of the crater, Noah, Rin Anaka, Saber, and Ryder looked down, taking in everything that was happening in the crater. Rumble, immediately, a bubbling sound like boiling water slowly rang out. It was a large pool of black mud that was like a lake, but it was rolling like lava. There's still some left? Rin Enbin was surprised. I thought there was nothing left. No, there's nothing left to flow outside. Saber shook her head. That mud was originally the magic power of the cursed Great Holy Grail. When it was used to fix the hole on the outside, it flowed out from the hole. However, because the mud was reduced to a level where it wasn't enough to fix the hole disappeared, and the remaining mud flowed out from the Great Holy Grail. But, this amount is still shocking. Even Ryder rarely spoke. Even if there aren't billions of curses inside, there are definitely hundreds of thousands. If it's leaked out, the residents of Fuyuki City won't be spared, right? Noah didn't participate in the girls' conversation. Because, Noah's eyes were attracted by something at the bottom of the swamp-like black mud. That was something that only Noah could see. Wang! Amidst the tremors that no one could detect, the feathers that were emitting a pure white radiance and missing half sank into the bottom of the black quagmire. It was like a lotus flower that had emerged from the mud without being tainted. Even though it was surrounded by filthy black mud, it was still pure white like snow. Of course. Even if it was a curse that could kill all humans, it still couldn't affect the incomplete feather. The reason was that, even if the feather was incomplete, it was still a part of a world. World fragment. Finally, I found you. Noah didn't hesitate and jumped into the big hole full of black mud. Noah, master. Rin and Osaka, Saber, and Ryder were all startled by his sudden outburst. Splash! Amidst the splashing sound, Noah sank straight into the lake-like, pitch-black quagmire and sank to the bottom. Walala! The black mud that was rolling like magma started to boil. Like a whirlpool, it suddenly started to rotate with the spot where Noah was immersed in as the center. In this situation, the black mud that turned into a swamp disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. No way. Rin and Osaka was speechless. He's going to absorb those curses again. What's that guy made of? Even Saber and Ryder didn't know what to say, let alone Rin and Osaka. Billions of curses. Others didn't even have time to hide, but Noah not only took the initiative to jump in, but also absorbed those curses. The group of girls really didn't know how Noah was able to absorb those curses and still be fine. In the end, it was Saber who spoke. What an incredible man. As he spoke, the water level of the black mud continued to drop until it reached the bottom. Then, it turned into a stream of mud that swept into Noah's body, who was standing in the middle of the huge pit, and disappeared completely. In the end, the remaining black mud was all removed by Noah's physique and turned into pure magic power, which Noah stored in his magic power source. Noah then jumped onto the rock platform. Saber. Rin and Osaka immediately called out. Saber nodded and took a step forward. Peng dash. In Saber's hand, the golden sacred sword suddenly exploded with a bright flame that covered the entire sword. Around it, strands of star-like golden light formed a stream of light that began to rise and converge towards the sacred sword in Saber's hand. Saber raised the sacred sword that was enveloped in golden flames above her head. Excalibur. When the real name of the strongest sacred sword on the ground was released, the sacred relic that was on a completely different level from the sacred relic released a dazzling golden light. The golden light turned into a stream of light, like a light pillar that descended from the sky, and fell into the big hole. Dong! The Yuanzhong mountain shook and rose. Chapter 817. Fuyuki City, in Osaka's house, Noah, Rin and Osaka, Tosakura, and Ilya were sitting on the sofa, looking at Saber and Ryder standing in the middle of the hall. They looked at each other. There, Saber and Ryder were standing side by side. Both of them wore troubled expressions and appeared to be very uncomfortable. Especially Saber, it seemed that she couldn't bear it. I don't think it's polite to keep staring at others. On the side, although Ryder didn't say anything, it meant that he agreed. Obviously, even Ryder felt a little embarrassed. That's natural. Because, whether it was Saber or Ryder, today, they didn't wear their usual clothes. Taking a closer look, Saber was wearing a gothic dress. It was completely black, and the edges of the dress had a lot of laces. It matched Saber's slender and petite figure, and it was very cute. Ryder, on the other hand, was wearing a white shirt and a pair of jeans. He looked more or less androgynous, but he had the mature temperament of an office lady. Compared to Saber, he was beautiful in a different sense. Ryder's blindfold was removed as well, revealing a stunning and exquisite face without missing a single detail. In Greek legends, some people believe that the reason why Medusa, as a goddess, was cursed by Athena and became a snake demon was because Medusa had a beauty that even Athena couldn't reach, causing Athena to be jealous. Whether this legend is true or not, Noah didn't know. However, if this legend is true, then Noah will never doubt it. Because Ryder does have a beauty that even a goddess can't reach. Unfortunately, Ryder's face was covered by a pair of glasses, which more or less covered her otherworldly beauty. However, this can't be helped. Ryder's petrifying magic eye will petrify anyone it looks at. If Ryder can control her magic eye, then it's fine, but the key is that Ryder can't control her magic eye at all. That's why Ryder usually wears an eye mask. Right now, Ryder was wearing that pair of glasses in order to control his magic eye. Noah didn't know whether it was because ordinary glasses could have such an effect or because the glasses were specially made. Noah only knew that compared to wearing a blindfold, Ryder with glasses was undoubtedly more suitable. One is adorable. A beauty. As the servants of Saber and Ryder, the two girls were standing there in casual clothes. No matter who it was, they would be astonished by such a sight. Noah and the others looked at each other, not because Saber and Ryder looked weird in their casual clothes. It was the exact opposite. Everyone felt that it was too suitable. Ling, Ilya said, as if she couldn't take it anymore. We're buying casual clothes for Saber and Ryder so that they won't attract too much attention, right? The implication of Ilya's words was clear. Even though they were in casual clothes, with Saber and Ryder's looks, even if they were not fully armed, they would still attract attention. Was this the so-called natural beauty? Really? Ilya sighed. Isn't this not a problem? What can we do? Rin and Osaka refuted. Saber and Ryder's quality is too good. If they wear ugly clothes, I won't be able to stand it. Kirin didn't say anything, but she nodded on the side, obviously agreeing with Rin and Osaka's words. Well, this is not bad. If they're beautiful, then there's no need to deliberately hide it. Noah shrugged. Just don't let Saber and Ryder run around in full armor. That would not only attract attention, but it would also be very strange. Our goal is not to let Saber and Ryder not attract attention, but to make sure that they don't behave too strangely so that they won't cause any trouble in the future. That's true. Ilya glanced at the restless Saber and Ryder. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled happily. However, I didn't expect Saber and Ryder to be able to live in this era. This is really surprising. Hearing this, not only Noah, Rin and Osaka, Kirin and Osaka, but also Saber and Ryder were a bit surprised. Heroic spirits were heroes with great achievements in life, and after death, rose to become existences that surpassed humans. Through rituals, heroic spirits could be summoned to every era. However, only the world could summon the heroic spirit's true body. As for the heroic spirits that humans and other existences summoned through rituals and treated as targets to be enslaved, they borrowed the intelligence of the heroic spirit's soul from the original body of the heroic spirit to create a clone, which was a servant. Originally, summoning a servant was a big ritual that humans couldn't do, and most of them could only do something similar to spirit summoning or reliance. They could only use a small part of the heroic spirit's power to create miracles. Even if there were some humans with amazing magic skills who could summon a servant, under normal circumstances, this servant didn't have a personality, and it would disappear after completing the assigned task and return to the heroic spirit's seat. However, the servants summoned in Fuyuki City could completely replicate the personality of the corresponding heroic spirit with the help of the power and assistance of the Holy Grail, and as the magician's servant, it would be at his beck and call. This was completely possible because of the help of the Holy Grail. However, even with the help of the Holy Grail, the servant could only exist for a period of time during the Holy Grail War. When the Holy Grail War was over, it would naturally disappear because of the loss of magical power. The reason why the master could summon a servant without paying any price and hard work, and only with a magic circle and a spell, making the servant not only disappear after completing a task, but also continuously assist the master, was all because the Holy Grail was responsible for providing most of the magical power. Proportionally, in order to let the servant maintain the present world, the Holy Grail was responsible for providing at least 80% of the magical power, and the remaining 10% or 20% was provided by the master, so it didn't burden the master. Otherwise, with the magical power of a magician, even a particularly outstanding magician like Rin Enbun couldn't bear all the magical power of a servant. Under such circumstances, once the Holy Grail War was over, the servant would disappear whether it was willing or not. And now, the Holy Grail was destroyed. Logically speaking, Saber and Ryder should have disappeared. However, the truth was not absolute. In this world, there would never be a lack of exceptions. Did Saber and Ryder really get a body like that, Gilgamesh? Tosakura tilted her head. It doesn't seem to be any different from before. There is still a difference. Rin Enbun reminded. Saber doesn't count, but Ryder can't spiritualize now. This is the price for getting a body. This doesn't count as a price, right? Ilya said in boredom. To be able to eat flesh and get a body from the black mud, now, Saber and Ryder don't need to use any magical power to maintain the present world. To be able to get a legendary heroic spirit as a servant, not spiritualizing is not a price to pay. Yes. Saber and Ryder were like Gilgamesh. After being bathed in all the evil in this world, because they didn't get corrupted, they were able to maintain the present world without using any magical power. Because of this, Saber and Ryder continued to stay in this world and didn't return to the seat of heroes. And to get a heroic spirit as a servant, for a magician, was indeed a very good thing. Chapter 8:18. Under normal circumstances, a large-scale ritual could only summon a small part of the heroic spirit's power. Even if a servant was completely summoned, the servant wouldn't have any personality. After completing the assigned task, the servant would immediately disappear. In this way, being able to have a complete personality and be able to assist the master as a servant was an extremely significant achievement in the world of magic. In Rin Enosaka's words, if Saber and Ryder were seen by a magician from the spirit subjugation school, the magician would probably go crazy and hide in his own magic workshop to conduct inhumane experiments. Obtaining a servant as a tamed familiar was such a shocking thing. Compared to this, not being able to spiritualize was indeed a small price to pay. Not to mention, Saber and Ryder didn't need the master to provide them with magic power. This was the best thing that could happen. Of course, it was just maintaining the servant's world without consuming magic power. If Saber and Ryder wanted to fight, they would also consume magic power. And the ones responsible for providing magic power were Noah and Rin Enosaka's duties. But, is this really okay? The smile on Noah's face slowly disappeared as he stared at Saber and Ryder. You two aren't the type to want to continue your existence. Obtaining a body and staying in this era, is it really a good thing for you two? Neither Saber nor Ryder wanted to live another life. For Saber and Ryder, the most important thing wasn't their own lives, but other things. Therefore, obtaining a body and being able to maintain the servant's world in this world was really a good thing for Saber and Ryder. Rin Enosaka, Nakatsuki Sakura, and Ilya all seemed to have the same thoughts and fell silent. On the other hand, Saber and Ryder looked at each other and their expressions turned serious. Please don't worry, I'm willing to stay in this era. Saber's eyes were more or less complicated, but she still looked at Noah. Although it's hard to say, I really don't know where I should go. You told me that my wish was wrong, so I think I need some time to think about what I should do. I didn't think about it before. Because of this, I think this is what I need the most at this stage. For this reason, I decided to stay in this era. Saber bitterly smiled, but immediately showed a determined expression. Of course, my contract with Sakura will continue. As a servant, I swear on the sword in my hand that I will protect Sakura for the rest of her life. Saber. Tosakura was touched. Wait. Saber. Rin and Osaka was dissatisfied. I'm your master too, right? Why are you only talking about Sakura? Saber smiled, Rin and Osaka. I will never forget Rin. Rin, I also swear that I will be your sword in the future and protect you for the rest of your life. Only then did Rin and Osaka turn his head away in satisfaction and embarrassment. Then, what about Ryder? Noah looked at Ryder. You're more detached than Saber. You don't have any wishes, and you don't have a clear goal. Is it really okay to stay in this world? You're wrong, Master. My goal is very clear. From the very beginning, I've been very clear. Ever since I was summoned by you, I've already decided that as long as you're still my master, I'll protect you until the end. Ryder revealed a steady and beautiful smile. Even if the Holy Grail War ends, it will be the same, unless Master terminates the contract with me. Is that so? Noah bitterly smiled. But, Ryder, I'm sorry to disappoint you. As soon as he said this, the warm atmosphere suddenly froze. The smile on Ryder's face disappeared, and she looked at Noah seriously. Are you going to terminate the contract with me? Rin and Osaka, Tama-tan Sakura, Ilya, Saber, and the other girls also looked at Noah with puzzlement, surprise, and even more solemn expressions. Since you stayed in this world for me, I will not terminate the contract with you, Ryder. Noah frowned. Isn't that considered betrayal? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Then. Ryder also frowned. What does Master mean? Didn't I tell you before? The reason why I participated in the Holy Grail War is to find what I need. Noah smiled. Now that I have found it, it is time to leave. Rin and Osaka, Tama Tanjing, Ilya, and the other girls' expressions suddenly changed. Leave? That's true. Rin and Osaka said with a complicated expression. I almost forgot that you are not from Fuyuki City. Tama Tanjing opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. She could only lower her head and fall into sadness. As for Ilya, the little girl who stuck to Noah the most, at this moment, she was like a real adult. She didn't say anything, but she kept looking at Noah as if she wanted to imprint Noah's appearance in her mind. Leave. Ryder's frown became deeper and deeper. Since that's the case, why don't I leave with you? If I could do it, then I wouldn't say that. Noah shook his head. Although I can't say it clearly, the place I want to go, no one can go except me, not even you, Ryder. This time, Ryder was silent. Since he couldn't follow the person he needed to protect, then there was no need for Ryder to continue staying in this world. In this case, it was better to terminate the contract. Saber, the only one who remained calm, asked Noah. Where do you want to go? Noah scratched his cheek. His eyes swept across Rin Enben, Tama Tanjing, Ilya, and Ryder's face, and the bitter smile on his face became more and more intense. To make a girl show such an expression, even if you wanted to hide it, it would be a sin, right? That's why Noah hated parting. In the end, Noah only gave such an answer. If I have to say, then it's a place farther away than the outside world, than the seat of heroes, and even the vortex of origin, right? Rin and Osaka, Tama-tan Sakura, Ilya, Saber, Ryder, and the other girls all looked at each other. A place farther away than the vortex of origin? Are you kidding? Rin Enbin couldn't help but ask. Is there such a place? Yes. Noah said without hesitation. It's because of such a place that I can meet you like this. Meeting. The girls fell into silence again. Noah reached out his hand, touched the head of Ilya, who was closest to him, and suddenly said to Ryder. Ryder, will you listen to my orders? Yes. Ryder responded without any hesitation. Master, do you have any instructions? Then, Ryder, let me give you the first order after you get your body. Noah suddenly smiled. Before I come back, you are responsible for protecting Ilya, understand? After receiving Noah's order, Ryder didn't ask anything and nodded heavily without any hesitation. Come back. Ilya looked straight into Noah's eyes. Will Big Brother come back? Rin Enbin and Tama Tanjing also looked at Noah, one with a serious expression, the other with a more or less hopeful expression. Facing the girls' gazes, Noah smiled and nodded with a smile. As long as there are people who miss me waiting for me, then I will definitely return to that place, whether it's in this world or another world. These words made the group of girls smile. The atmosphere turned warm again and didn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 8:19. It was still a pure white world. Once again returning to this world that could accommodate other worlds, Noah discovered that the world fragments that were scattered all over the ground were once again floating in the air, wandering around. What was different was that the worlds that were originally complete had all become fragmented due to that indescribable calamity. They had become incomplete feathers, and even the luster on them had decreased by a lot. Compared to those complete feathers, the incomplete feathers were undoubtedly quite dim. Seeing those dim and incomplete feathers, Noah couldn't help but recall the broken feathers that were scattered all over the ground like broken glass. His mood more or less fluctuated. Fortunately, these worlds weren't really destroyed. According to Gaia and Alea, if a world was really destroyed, then not even the feathers would be left, and it would directly disappear. That kind of situation was often when the world itself reached the end of its existence, ushering in the so-called end of the world. Only then would it die of old age and disappear. And because of the intervention of external forces, the destruction was just a formality. If it was destroyed in this kind of situation, then the world would shatter into fragments. Half of it would remain in the world space, while the other half would be lost to other worlds, quietly waiting for the moment to be restored. This process was carried out by Noah. Because it was only a formality, those fragmented worlds weren't really destroyed. Once Noah found the world fragments and restored the worlds, then these worlds would be restored to their original state before they were fragmented. Everything wouldn't be affected in any way. For example, if the world of type Moon was destroyed, then this world would enter a frozen state. Everything inside the world would disappear along with the fragmentation of the world. This included Aoko, Yuju, Rin and Osaka, Katsuya Sakura, Ilya, Saber, and Ryder that Noah knew. When Noah finished restoring the world of type Moon, then this frozen state would be removed. Everything that originally existed in this world would once again be restored, continuing to operate without any influence. The world of form Moon had already been destroyed once. Later on, Noah repaired this world and received Gaia and Alea's invitation. Only then did he enter this world and meet Qingzi, Yuju, and the others. If the world was truly destroyed, then Qingzi, Yuju, and the rest would not have reappeared in this world after the world was restored, and continue to live. Therefore, unless it was the end of the world in the true sense, as long as Noah was there, every world in the between worlds had the possibility of returning to an intact and unaffected state. On the other hand, if Noah was no longer around, then these world fragments would continue to exist in the space between worlds, and the interior would remain in a frozen state until eternity. It was because of this that Noah could continue to pull himself together. However, he did not know if it could be considered lucky, but the worlds that Noah had existed in before were not destroyed. Although they were destroyed, they would only enter a frozen state. The people related to Noah would not truly disappear. After Noah repaired those worlds, they would return. However, Noah could not guarantee when he would be able to repair those worlds. After all worlds were the same. At least, in the space between worlds, every world existed in the form of a feather. They all had the same appearance, and there was no difference at all. Even the world fragments after being destroyed were exactly the same. Under such circumstances, even if the world could be completely restored, Noah could not guarantee that the world fragment he found was the fragment of the world he wanted to restore, right? For example, if the world of fairy tale was destroyed, then the other half of the world fragments that were lost to other worlds, Noah really did not know how to find it. Perhaps, if he was lucky, the world fragment that Noah found in the next world would be the world fragment of fairy tale. Perhaps, if he was unlucky, Noah might have searched through all the worlds before finally finding the fragment that belonged to the world of fairy tale. And this process could take a year, 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. If Noah could not see his family, friends, or lovers for 1,000 years, then Noah would not be able to bear it. Therefore, the worlds that he had been to were not destroyed. Noah felt lucky from the bottom of his heart. But, what is the thing that destroyed the worlds? Noah's eyes flashed. Gaia and Alea said that if I knew now, it would only increase my worries. Then, when will I know that it will not be troublesome? When I have the ability to deal with that disaster? Noah's eyes flashed. That is to say, what I should do now is to let myself continue to grow, right? Then become stronger. Noah took a deep breath. Strong enough to deal with everything. After saying this, Noah closed his eyes. Then, first of all, I should spend some time to increase the amount of magic stored in my mana source. After saying this, around Noah's body, a little bit of starlight began to appear, enveloping his body. Sprite. No matter how serious the injury or consumption was, it could be recovered in a very short period of time, allowing the user to return to his original incarnation. With the powerful recovery ability of this incarnation, Noah could obtain the same amount of magic stored as before in 2 to 3 hours. If he wanted to increase the amount of magic stored in his mana source, the incarnation called Sprite was undoubtedly a miraculous power. Noble and intelligent, elegant and beautiful, I praise thy life, here is one with nature. The words that made people feel comfortable slowly reverberated in the space between worlds, causing the magic in Noah's body to increase at an extraordinary rate, and all of it poured into the dark hole-like mana source, continuously increasing the amount stored inside. In this way, the space between worlds, which had no concept of time, returned to silence following Noah's silence. After an unknown amount of time, Noah opened his eyes. The starlight that hovered around Noah's body slowly disappeared, indicating that the use of the Sprite incarnation had ended. Noah silently felt the terrifying amount of magic stored in his mana source, and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. My current magic power is definitely more than 100 times more than before, right? Moreover, even if he cancelled the Sprite incarnation, his body that had entered a normal recovery speed was still continuously producing magic, allowing the magic to flow into the limitless mana source, and continue to store it. It's just that. Noah felt the terrifying magic power in the mana source, and was somewhat puzzled. Since creating the mana source, my magic power seems to have changed a little, not quite the same as before, as if there is something waiting for me to discover. It seems that my mana source should have other uses. Noah quietly nodded his head. Next, I will slowly explore it. After deciding, Noah raised his head, just in time to see a feather floating in front of him. He reached out his hand and pressed it. In the next moment, Noah's figure disappeared from where he was, and entered the inner part of the world. The feeling of entering a world, Noah had already experienced it many times. In general, this process was not long, and when his vision was restored, Noah would be randomly sent to a place and enter this world. That's right, randomly. In the past, Noah had never been sent to a strange place. Therefore, Noah did not have any vigilance towards this matter. However, this time, Noah was destined to be cheated. When his vision was restored, Noah did not have time to see anything clearly, and his feet suddenly lost weight, causing his body to fall. Plop! Even without having time to react, Noah felt that he had fallen directly into a pool of warm water. Chapter 8:20. The warm water directly came into contact with Noah's skin, which made Noah's brain, which was a little muddled due to the sudden inability to breathe, come back to his senses, and he quickly stepped down. Fortunately, the water level here did not seem to be high, and Noah stepped on the bottom at once, using his body to drill to the surface. Splash! In the sound of water, Noah finally emerged from the warm water and regained his breath. Ah! However, at the same time, a scream resounded throughout the space. The scream was very loud. Although it was very neat, one could still hear the difference in the sound, which proved that the loud and neat scream did not come from just one person. However, the scream was obviously the voice of a woman. Hearing the deafening scream, Noah had a bad premonition in his heart. At that moment, Noah quickly opened his eyes and took in everything in front of him. Then, the scene that was imprinted in Noah's eyes made this young man, who had cultivated his character since childhood, completely stunned. What appeared in front of Noah was a very vast bathroom. To be more precise, it should be a super large bathroom like the imperial baths in the palace. In addition to bathing pools of different sizes and colors in the bathroom, there were also huge trees and natural rocks, walls and pillars made of cut stone, and other indoor decorations were exquisite and solemn, extremely luxurious. What's more, the stone sculptures that sprayed water around the baths seemed to be made of gold. They were dazzling and exquisite. Anyone would have such thoughts about such a bathing pool. Extravagant. It was really too extravagant. That was not the most important thing. After all, if it was purely luxurious, it would not make Noah lose his composure. There was only one reason that made Noah stunned. That was, in this luxurious bathing pool, there were extremely important decorations that turned this place into a paradise. None of them were mediocre, and all of them had perfect appearances. A group of women in their teens to 30s appeared in different postures and positions in this bathing pool, either soaking or lying down. At this moment, Noah was in one of the bathing pools. Therefore, Noah took a good look at those women who all had perfect looks, including those women's naked bodies. The paradise in front of him, without any suspense, made Noah's head dizzy. And the whole bathing pool, the women with perfect appearances, opened their eyes wide, looked at Noah, and made a sharp noise. There's a pervert. Someone can break into this bathing pool dedicated to gods. Is that a human? It's a human. It's a human. A human pervert has appeared. The whole bathing pool suddenly became a mess. However, Noah didn't know if it was an illusion or not. Noah always felt that in addition to shyness and shame, these women in front of him had more interest in their eyes and faces than shyness and shame. That look on his face was as if he had found some fun. Then, the following development became a matter of course. Catch that pervert. Hearing this, Noah finally reacted. Generally, in this situation, there were 3 choices. 1. Explain clearly. 2. Surrender without resistance. 3. Run away. The first option was undoubtedly the way a real gentleman would choose. However, past experience told Noah that at this time, the more he explained, the more chaotic it would be. The second option was a wise move, at least in the end, there was the possibility of being forgiven and explained. However, he had just arrived and didn't even know where this place was. If he surrendered, it might lead to unimaginable consequences. For example, when questioned on how to get in here, how should Noah answer? Could it be that he was cheated by the world for once? Therefore, this option was not feasible. In the end, Noah's forced calm brain gave him an answer that almost made him collapse. Escape. He had to escape. Once he escaped and understood the situation of this world, he would be able to think of a better solution. Splash. The moment he got the answer, without any hesitation, Noah jumped out of the bathing pool and rushed to the exit next to him. He escaped. That pervert escaped. Catch him. The group of women with perfect appearances immediately changed their shy and indignant looks. Like children who had seen some interesting toys, they did not hesitate to climb out of the bathtubs and swarm towards the outside. After rushing out of the bathing pool, Noah found that he was in a very magnificent building. The style of the building was a bit similar to ancient Europe, very much like the Western palaces, very luxurious. The reason why Noah felt like he was in a Western palace was that in such a corridor, there were members who looked like guards, wearing staff uniforms. They looked like soldiers on patrol. Because Noah rushed out of the bathing pool, the staff in the corridor all stopped and looked at Noah with their mouths half open. That was natural. Seeing a man rush out of the women's bathing pool, anyone would be stunned. Noah could only curse secretly. Before the staff could react, he rushed forward, broke the glass of a window, and rushed into the street. Only then did the neatly dressed women rush out of the bathing area. He escaped to the street. You've got guts, human. He even dares to peep at the goddess. We must catch him. Quick. Don't let him escape. As if they were enjoying a game of hide-and-seek, a group of people who called themselves goddesses directly jumped out of the window that Noah broke and chased in the direction of Noah. Among them, there was one person who stayed behind. It was a woman with vermilion hair and eyes that seemed to emit a faint red light in the darkness. However, her vermilion hair was tied into a ponytail, and her eyes were slightly narrowed. She looked very likable and more or less had a neutral feeling to her. That group of idiot goddesses, how can they catch up with him like this? That human's skill looks good, but we gods can't use divine power in this world. Even our body is only at the level of an ordinary person, so it's impossible to catch up with him. Saying this, the woman with the vermilion ponytail smiled. Fortunately, my clan is waiting for me nearby. Watch me take him down. After saying this, the woman with the vermilion ponytail seemed to have found a fun game and ran in another direction. It was not until this time that the surrounding staff reacted, and one by one, they began to make a noise. Someone actually broke into the bathing area used by the goddesses. And, it looks like it's a human. Where did this human come from, so brave? He's simply a brave man. It's a pity that he has aroused the curiosity of those goddesses. That man will probably be played with, right? I'll be toyed with, he'll definitely be played with. Noah, the initiator, did not know that after breaking into the women's bathing area, not only was he not despised by outsiders, but he was also respected and worshipped. Although, compared to respect and worship, there was more pity. Where did he go? Where did he run to? Did he let that pervert escape? Did you see a human male with black hair, completely soaked? A group of goddesses caused a commotion on the crowded street. Some looked around, some directly grabbed a passerby to ask, and while causing a commotion, they scattered and acted separately. Noah, who was hiding on the top of a building, looked at the commotion on the street below with some lingering fear, and the corners of his mouth twitched. They actually came out personally to catch him. Aren't these women too tough? I'd better hurry up and leave. Noah retracted his head, jumped from the side, and entered an alley. Just as Noah was about to enter the depths of the alley, the light above his head was suddenly blinded. Whoosh! A figure descended from the sky, and with a spin, its leg was like a whip, carrying the sound of the wind as it landed on Noah's head. Chapter 8:21. Who? When the leg whip, which carried the sound of the wind, landed fiercely on Noah's head, Noah only saw a head of elegant golden hair. Then, the leg whip, which looked very sharp but actually held back a little, covered Noah's field of vision and landed on the center of Noah's forehead, which was raised up. Noah almost instinctively turned around, the tip of his foot slightly moved on the ground, and his body moved a step back horizontally, allowing the leg whip to graze him directly. Swish! The leg, which turned into a whip shadow, suddenly landed in the air, brushing less than 5 centimeters in front of Noah, and landed heavily on the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, although the ground was not blown up, a circle of dust was stirred up by the leg that landed on the ground. Only then did Noah once again touch the ground, and his body retreated rapidly. After pulling a distance away from the attacking figure, he stabilized his body and looked forward. However, when Noah saw the full appearance of the attacking figure, even Noah could not help but be a little surprised. Because, the person who attacked with a sharp posture, had an appearance that did not match her skills at all. It was a young girl with a tall and slender body wrapped in light clothing. The young girl had extremely soft and slender limbs, and she wore a revealing white dress with blue edges that only reached her roots. Her long golden hair, which reached her waist, emitted a brilliance that was comparable to any gold or treasure. From a female's point of view, it could be said to be graceful and delicate, but it had a baby face that was like a little girl's. At a glance, it was like a delicate and beautiful porcelain doll that would shatter with a touch. Rather than saying that she was beautiful, it was better to say that she was aesthetically pleasing. She was like a fairy or a demon that appeared on the scene in a fairy tale. In addition, those particularly eye-catching golden eyes were very clear, so clear that they were somewhat transparent. It was definitely enough to make people stunned when they saw this appearance. The only imperfection was that there was almost nothing that could be called an expression on her beautiful face that was comparable to a celestial immortal's. Moreover, on her waist, there was a sword. Such a young girl, who made people think of a princess, and not a skilled warrior, looked at Noah with a calm and steady gaze, and withdrew her leg that was about to smash the ground. Noah really did not expect that the attacker who suddenly appeared would actually be such a beautiful and lovable young girl. However, Noah had seen many beautiful young girls, if not countless, but definitely not few. Naturally, he would not be distracted by that overly delicate young girl. He was just a little surprised, and frowned. Because, other than that young girl, several other footsteps began to sound, and they were approaching this side. Then, a few women rushed into the alley. What? Did you find that pervert? The one who said this was Lution. She had healthy, wheat-colored skin, and there was not a trace of gloominess on her face. One could tell at a glance that her personality was quite similar to Lution's. She was dressed like a dancer, with her chest exposed and back exposed. Only a thin piece of cloth covered her upper body, and a long wrap around her waist, exposing her graceful body without hesitation. That's the pervert. Beside the young girl was a young girl who, except for her waist-length hair, temperament, and body shape, looked like she was carved out of the same mold as the young girl. There was no doubt that they were sisters. Moreover, in terms of appearance and temperament, the former should be the more mischievous younger sister, and the latter should be the calmer and more mature older sister. Then, in addition to the healthy wheat-colored sisters, there was also a woman who ran over, panting. She was dressed in a somewhat neutral manner, with a red ponytail and narrowed eyes. Seeing the woman with the red ponytail, Noah secretly cursed in his heart. If he remembered correctly, in the large bathhouse just now, the woman with the red hair seemed to be among them. In other words, these young girls in front of him were all here to catch Noah. Ha! 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 As soon as the red-haired woman ran over, she immediately panted while looking at Noah with an evil smile. I've finally found you, you daring little brat. Hey, Loki. The wheat-colored younger sister said suspiciously. Is that really the pervert who peeped on you bathing? There can't be a mistake, right? The elder sister's side also spoke up. He's a little handsome, but he doesn't look like it. Don't judge by appearance, Tiona. The goddess named Loki pointed at Noah like a famous detective who had found a big clue. Look, his clothes are wet. That's proof that he just fell into the bathhouse. It seems so. The wheat-colored younger sister named Tiona looked at Noah with interest. Then I'm sorry, big brother over there. It's your bad luck to meet Loki who's mixed in with the goddesses. Hey, what do you mean mixed in with the goddesses? Loki said in a kansai tone, dissatisfied. I'm also a true goddess, okay? But undoubtedly, you didn't care that you were seen naked. You just thought it was interesting and came to catch him, right? The wheat-colored older sister named Tiona sighed, but her words were extremely bold. Really, it's just being seen. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. Why are you making such a big fuss? AIC, hurry up and catch him. End this farce and go back to prepare for the next time we enter the dungeon. The blonde girl named AIC nodded slightly and looked at Noah expressionlessly. She lifted her foot and slowly walked in the direction of Noah. Whoosh! Halfway through, the girl named AIC immediately lowered her body and bounced her slender body out like an arrow. She violently shot in the direction of Noah and raised one of her hands. The girl named AIC probably intended to go behind Noah and knock him out. From the nonchalant expressions of the self-proclaimed goddess Loki and the girls named Tiona and Tiona respectively, it was clear that they didn't doubt that the girl named AIC could take down Noah. Therefore, in the next moment, a scene that no one expected occurred. Clatter! Almost at the instant when the girl named AIC rushed in front of Noah, without waiting for the girl to go behind him, Noah's foot stepped down with a crisp sound. He didn't retreat but instead advanced and grabbed the girl's raised hand. Paw! With a soft sound, Noah grabbed the young girl's pitifully delicate wrist and twisted it. Under the young girl's slightly shocked expression, he suddenly twisted the young girl's wrist behind her back and locked it up. With another push, he directly captured the young girl. The girl who didn't expect this result was stunned. Loki, Tyan, and Tyan couldn't react in time. By the time they reacted, the situation between Noah and AIC had changed again. AIC's eyes narrowed. With a twist of her heel, her body strangely broke free from Noah's grasp. She appeared beside Noah and lifted her leg. Once again, her slender leg kicked towards Noah's head with the sound of the wind and a strong gust of wind. Bang! A fist suddenly blasted out at the moment when AIC's kick was about to land. It smashed into the sole of AIC's kick. A muffled sound rang out, and a strong gust of wind was stirred up. Both parties were blown away from each other. Then, AIC immediately slid down and flipped her body. Her right palm supported her body on the ground and her other leg made a half circle in the air. Then, she swung her leg toward Noah's neck. Bang! However, this attack landed on an arm that had been raised up at some point in time, causing another muffled sound to ring out. The force seemed heavy, but it didn't make Noah retreat even a step. This time, not only Loki, Tiona, and Tiona, but even AIC herself was surprised. She lightly patted the ground with her right hand and her body bounced up with the help of the recoil. She nimbly made a beautiful circle in the air and landed on the ground. After a round of attack and defense, the blonde girl named AIC didn't fall into a disadvantageous position, but she obviously couldn't do anything to her opponent. And although her opponent didn't gain any advantage, he was only defending all the time. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. At this moment, everyone realized what was going on. He was definitely not an ordinary pervert. Chapter 8:22. There was dead silence in the audience. It's a lie, right? Tiona murmured. AIC, there's no way to deal with him. Although AIC hasn't shown her true ability, to be able to deal with AIC, the opponent's level must be around LV4, Tiona also frowned. But, it's impossible for an existence above LV4 to not be famous, right? The smile on Loki's face disappeared little by little, and some light appeared in her eyes that had been squinting. She stared at Noah in front of her and spoke. Hey, kid, which clan tribe are you from? Clan tribe? Noah's eyes flickered. From the beginning, these girls in front of him had been saying a few words that Noah didn't understand, which made Noah quite puzzled. For example, goddess. Could it be true? That woman named Loki was really a goddess? Moreover, listening to these girls, it seemed that the women in the bathhouse that Noah was in just now all looked like goddesses. When did goddesses become so rampant? Indeed, in terms of appearance, the women in the bathhouse were unexpectedly perfect, almost none of them were mediocre. If they had to be rated, even Noah could only give a high evaluation of 90 points. But just because they looked good, they were called goddesses. Sure enough, information was the most important. In a situation where he was unfamiliar with the place and didn't know anything, Noah could only be full of doubts about what others said. The only thing he was sure of was one thing. That was, this world was definitely not set in the modern era. Because, since coming to this world and falling into the bathhouse, the language that Noah heard definitely didn't belong to any modern language. If it wasn't because Noah was a God Slayer and had the 1,000 languages ability to learn the other party's language in a very short time, right now, he probably couldn't even understand Loki's words. It seemed that he had to quickly familiarize himself with this world. Noah, who made such a decision in his heart, didn't hide anything and said such a sentence. What is a clan tribe? As soon as this sentence was spoken, Noah saw it clearly. Including A's, who had been staring at him without blinking, the group of girls were all stunned. You don't know what a spawn is? Tiona asked in surprise. Could it be that you didn't join the clan tribe? Did you not receive any favor? Favor? Noah felt a headache coming on. What is that? Tiona and Tioni exchanged a glance. The girl named AIC stared at Noah, her gaze never moving away. Her eyes were so clear that they were almost transparent, rippling with emotions that no one else could detect. Loki also stared at Noah, but there was no obvious color in his eyes. Instead, he said this suspiciously. You're not pretending, are you? Could it be that you want to say that you didn't even receive God's favor? Did he want to say that he was an ordinary person who wasn't even level 1? Are you playing with me? That's right, Tyogni agreed. A guy who isn't even level 1, how could he not even have a way to take down AIC? Hearing the group of girls talking to themselves, Noah was also angry. From the beginning, you've been talking about level 1, do you think this is a game? Seeing Noah's angry look, the group of girls looked at each other again. Hey, Tiona said carefully to Tiona. He can't be serious, right? How would I know? Tiona folded her arms. However, didn't Loki say before that before God came to this world, there were humans in this world who could compete with monsters? Even if they didn't receive God's favor, they still had strength that could compare to us. Could it be that this man is still one of those ancient warriors? Ancient warriors? Loki looked at Noah and suddenly laughed. Good. AIC. Capture him for me. Whether he really has that kind of power without even receiving God's favor, let us see for ourselves. AIC nodded, her eyes never moving away from Noah. She stepped forward again, her hand slowly placed on her waist, holding the hilt of the sword hanging at her waist. In this moment, the feeling AIC gave off completely changed. If AIC could be said to be a ferocious deer, then the moment AIC held her sword, she became a dangerous lioness. Obviously, the close combat just now was not AIC's true ability. AIC's true ability was on that sword. Seeing this, Noah, who felt that he couldn't avoid it, sighed and met AIC's gaze. Although I think it's useless to say it, I still want to say it. If I say that I didn't peek, and that it was just an accident, would you believe me? The one who answered Noah wasn't AIC, who was slowly walking towards him, but Tiona, who was watching the show from the back. Brother over there, you're mistaken. Loki wants to capture you, not because you peeked, but because he's interested in you. Interested in me? Noah frowned. In other words, you're not here to denounce me? Both Tiona and Tiona smiled, silently telling Noah the answer. If that's the case. Noah lost interest. Then I won't keep you company. After saying that, Noah turned around, intending to walk into the depths of the alley, but a sharp sound pierced through the air behind him, causing him to turn his head abruptly. He saw that AIC's figure had already turned into a black line, and suddenly appeared in front of Noah. She held a thin sword tightly in her hand, and a faint wind swirled around the sword, causing the sharp sound of the wind to suddenly appear. She pointed the sword at Noah from afar, and the sharp edge of the sword flashed a cold light under the sunlight. AIC's figure fluttered like a leaf in the wind, and in an instant, she rushed in front of Noah. Clang! The long sword in her hand naturally turned into a sword light, and the moment AIC appeared in front of Noah, the sword in her hand swept out and viciously slashed at Noah's shoulder. However, almost at the same time, another sword light flashed out and met AIC's long sword. Clang! Along with the crisp sound of the collision, AIC's thin sword and a knight's sword that shone with a golden light, causing sparks to fill the sky. If Saber was here, she would definitely recognize this sword. That was the sword in the stone. After blocking the attack of the thin sword, Noah slightly raised his eyes and met AIC's pair of clear eyes, but there was a trace of impatience in his eyes. I don't have time to play games with you, so please, if you want to catch someone to play with because you're bored, then go find someone else. After saying that, Noah's hand that was holding the sword suddenly tightened. Clang! The sound of steel clashing against steel reverberated in the air, and the two swords that were clashing against each other were repelled by the recoil. AIC felt a huge force coming from her sword, and then her whole body was pushed back a few steps. After pushing AIC away, Noah held the sword in the stone tightly, and his body was like a spring that was pushed to the limit as he rushed into the depths of the alley. AIC's expressionless face became more serious. She dashed toward Noah's back, and on the long sword in her hand, a gentle breeze blew and wrapped around the sword. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice it. However, in the next second, AIC's attack was so sudden that it was impossible not to notice it. Wang! The long sword that was wrapped around by the gentle breeze suddenly swelled up a gust of wind, and it enveloped AIC herself. Then, AIC pointed the long sword that was wrapped in the wind at Noah in front of her, and the tip of her foot tapped the ground. Shio! Suddenly, AIC's whole body was carried by the wind, and she turned into a bullet. With the help of the gentle breeze, she quickly dashed forward. Her speed was so fast that one could barely see a white line flashing through the air. Immediately after, AIC tightly gripped the sword that was entwined with wind. Bringing along a ray of sword light, it was like a cold bolt of lightning. It went against the wind, rode on the wind, and drove the wind. It left behind an afterimage in the air as it pierced towards Noah who was in front of her. Chapter 823. Shio. Amidst the piercing sound, the golden-haired girl who had transformed into a bullet wielded a long sword that stirred up a gentle breeze. She cut through the void like a ray of light that suddenly flashed through space. Like a meteor, she violently shot in the direction of Noah, who was planning to retreat. Noah, who had no intention of accompanying the other party, could only knit his brows when he sensed the wind that came from behind him. His body suddenly paused. His toes pressed on the ground and he borrowed the pushing force to take a step back to the side. AIC, who had transformed into a ray of light that stirred up a gentle breeze, brushed past the side of Noah's body. The sharp wind brought about by it caused Noah's skin to feel a little stinging pain. However, this was not the end. Just as she brushed past Noah's side, AIC's delicate body immediately turned in midair. Like a bolt of lightning that turned around, she drew a beautiful arc and once again shot in the direction of Noah's direction. That appearance was simply like a laser that could automatically track people, which was extremely annoying. At the very least, Noah, who had no intention of accompanying her, was really annoyed by her pestering. "You asked for it." Facing AIC, who had once again transformed into a ray of light and shot straight towards him, Noah's mind was immersed in his own body. In Noah's body, the dark and hollow mana source was silently devouring the energy coming from all directions, completely absorbing it. That energy was the magic power that was regenerating itself all the time. At this moment, the mana source that had been in the state of devouring suddenly trembled. Wang! In the trembling sound that could only be heard by Noah, the mana source that had been in the state of storing and devouring the mana suddenly erupted. It transformed a stream of pure mana into a torrent and spurted it out. Under Noah's control, it surged towards his four limbs. Immediately after, a series of electrical wiring lines began to spread out from Noah's four limbs, covering Noah's hands and feet. Noah clenched the sword in the stone in his hand, causing the blade of the sword in the stone to flash with a dazzling light, as if it was plated with a layer of golden light. He suddenly swung it, and with an astonishing force, it fiercely met the incoming ray of light. Clang! Along with the loud sound of swords clashing rang out, a fierce wind suddenly burst out like a shockwave at the point of contact between the two sharp swords. Pang! With a muffled sound, AI's entire body was blown away by the shockwave. Her whole body was surrounded by a breeze, and she was involuntarily sent flying. In the next second, before AI could react, a black shadow carrying a golden light suddenly shot towards her. The strong oppressive sound of the wind caused AI's eardrums to hurt a little. This caused AI's expressionless face to twitch slightly. Her body did not hesitate to be blown by the breeze, and she instantly retreated a distance of nearly 10 meters as if she was gliding. However, the moment AI's body retreated, a dazzling vortex suddenly appeared under the feet of Noah, who was holding the golden sword in the stone and had transformed into a black shadow. In the midst of an explosion, the vortex turned into a powerful thrust, causing Noah's speed to soar by nearly 2 times in an instant. The black shadow that could barely be seen was like a phantom. With a flash, it appeared in front of AI like a ghost. AI's expression finally changed. Raising his head, Noah stared at AI. His hand that was not holding the sword clenched into a fist. A dazzling vortex of air also fluctuated above it. Mixed with a terrifying gust of wind, it carried an ear-piercing sound as it mercilessly blasted towards AI's beautiful face. Clang! The fist that carried an astonishing force and dazzling vortex of air suddenly smashed onto the sword that AI's hurriedly raised. The terrifying impact directly turned AI into a fragile flower petal that was blown away by a gust of wind. The aftermath set off a shockwave that sent AI's slender body flying. AI! Loki, Tiona, and Tiny cried out in alarm. AI's feet fiercely stomped on the ground. She rubbed against the ground and plowed a trail. After rubbing against the ground for more than 10 meters, she barely managed to stabilize her body. Coincidentally, the direction that AI's body was flying towards was exactly where Loki, Tiona, and Tiny were. Therefore, by the time she stabilized herself, her back was already close enough to touch Loki, Tiona, and Tiona's group. Seeing this, Noah smiled triumphantly and tossed out the sword in the stone in his hand. A golden ripple fluctuated in the surrounding space and swallowed up the sword in the stone that had been tossed up. "Oh no!" Tiona shouted. "He's going to escape. Don't let him escape." Loki was anxious. "All of you, attack together and catch him." "Catch me?" Noah reached his hand into the golden ripple that fluctuated in the surrounding space and took out a necklace. "You'd better eat by yourself." After saying that, Noah threw the necklace in his hand into the air. Clang! A burst of dazzling light suddenly burst out from the necklace, illuminating the entire space in an instant. Loki, Tiona, and Tyagni all shut their eyes out of reflex and put their hands before their eyes to block the blinding light. Not long after, the dazzling light suddenly disappeared without any warning. The group of girls quickly opened their eyes and looked forward. Over there was only a dark alley, which was unusually empty. As for Noah, he had naturally disappeared without a trace. Oh no. Tiona sighed. He got away. He actually managed to escape. Tioni blinked as he looked at Loki. Loki, what should we do next? What should we do? Of course, we're going to keep looking. Loki giggled. His eyes, which had narrowed into slits, were shining brightly. If that little guy really didn't even receive the favor, and yet he was beaten up so badly by AI's hands, how can I let him go? What? Tiona's interest was piqued. Loki, do you want to pull that big brother into our clan? Of course. Loki said without hesitation. That's a human who didn't even receive the favor, yet he was able to deal with the LV5 AIs. If we don't pull him in, are we going to wait for him to be poached by the other clan? Tiona and Tioni nodded in understanding. Potential. The meaning of this term wasn't that Noah only had potential and no strength, but that Noah had room for improvement. From Loki's words, it could be inferred that a girl like AI could have such amazing fighting strength because she received the so-called favor. In the eyes of Loki and the others, if Noah had also received the so-called grace and was able to fight against Ace, who had received the grace, then he would definitely become very powerful. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to let Noah go? I just thought it was interesting, but I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. When I go back, I have to let those little guys quickly collect information about him. Loki was somewhat impatient. Don't let the other gods find out. From Loki's expression, it could be seen that her interest was completely piqued. Tiona and Tioni, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. Only AI's awe-inspiring aura when facing Noah completely disappeared and was replaced by a confused expression. Hey, Loki. AIC tilted her head and asked in a soft voice like a lost child. Her voice was so soft that it made people feel tender and protective towards her. Can he become so strong without receiving the favor? Hearing AI's words, Loki's expression became more or less serious. There will never be a lack of special existences in this world. That little guy is just one of them. Hearing this, AIC nodded her head as if she understood. She turned her head and looked at the empty alley. It was as if she could see the figure that was still standing there not long ago. Her clear golden eyes were twinkling, and no one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 824. In a dark, empty alley, Noah emerged from a dark corner. He looked back nervously to make sure that no one was chasing after him. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face full of bitterness. Why is it so noisy when I just arrived in this world? Doesn't this remind me of bad memories? Noah still remembered that when he had just entered the world of the God Slayer, he had been defeated by that idiot Tony not long after he had entered the world of the God Slayer. Everyone around him had been in a state of chaos. That experience could be said to be Noah's dark history, and he did not even want to talk about it. Today's experience gave Noah a sense of déjà vu when he first arrived in the world of the God Slayer. No matter how he thought about it, it was annoying. More importantly, there seemed to be the existence of gods in this world. Although they were certainly different from the God of Disobedience in the world of the God Slayer, there was no doubt that the gods in this world could also move about in the world where humans lived. After all, the grace of the gods is mentioned. Whether this god is a real god or not, this world doesn't seem to be that simple. As a god slayer, when he encountered an enemy god, his body would automatically be filled with a sense of power. Noah didn't know if this reaction was the same when he met the gods of other worlds. In different worlds, the definition of God was more or less different. In different worlds, if there really was an existence called God, it was also very suspenseful whether it was the same or not. At least, until now, Noah had never met a god who was omnipotent in a broad sense. The gods that Noah encountered were not so much omnipotent existences, but rather, they were a group of individuals who were different from humans but possessed extremely powerful strength. Even if they had their own corresponding myths, these gods were not really invincible. Therefore, if there were gods in other worlds, they would probably be different from the gods in a broad sense. Therefore, in the world of the God Slayer, the body that could react to gods could not react the same way to gods in other worlds. This was not surprising at all. Whether or not the group of goddesses with perfect appearances that he had met in the big bathhouse were gods was still to be determined by Noah. However, Noah had a lot of interest in the so-called grace. It sounds like a kind of power that those guys who called themselves gods gave to humans, right? Noah recalled that he had a brief encounter with AIC. With that kind of power, even such a weak-looking girl can have that kind of strength? To be honest, AIC's strength still surprised Noah. In terms of physical strength, Noah felt that if he did not use the enhance magic to strengthen himself, he seemed to be somewhat inferior to AIC. Based on the servant's ability value, AIC's strength value was definitely around C level, and her dexterity value was definitely above B level. In addition, AIC's skills were not weak. Although she was not as good as Saber and Rider, the combat power of the girl called AIC was already comparable to the average servant. No matter what, AIC would not be weaker than guys like Yen Feng, Qili, and Gumu Soichiro. Moreover, they also mentioned levels. The so-called grace should also have strong and weak powers, right? Noah narrowed his eyes. Then, what is the level of the girl called AIC? What is the level of the strongest guy in this world? It seems that for the time being, I still have to gather information first. After coming to this conclusion, Noah felt a little cold. Looking at his clothes that were still dripping water, he laughed bitterly. Let's change clothes first. Fortunately, in Noah's Gate of Babylon, there were also clothes. Of course, to be able to be placed in the Gate of Babylon, it was impossible for ordinary clothes to be placed in the Gate of Babylon. Those clothes had special effects to a certain extent. For example, some clothes had the property of magic, and could more or less resist the effects of magic. Another example was that there were clothes that could resist fire, cold, and even poison. Basically, there were all kinds of things. There were even some strange armors that had all kinds of strange abilities. Noah did not need to directly put on the armor, nor did he need to wear those clothes with special effects. He only needed to cover his body. However, in the Gate of Babylon, there were no ordinary clothes at all. In the end, Noah chose a set of clothes that had no practical effect, but it was warm in the winter and cool in the summer, and put it on. Although he did not know the specific situation of this world, when Noah was escaping from the pursuit of the goddesses, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the clothes of the people on the street. They were not modern clothes, but more or less similar to the clothes worn by the people of the old era. It was like a dancer's style, or a Greek style, everything was there. Noah chose a set of clothes that was closer to this style. In fact, it was just a set of old-fashioned knitted sweater and trousers with a knee-length coat. After feeling that there was nothing strange, Noah looked around and walked to the place where there were sounds of people. Hua! On the busy street, the noise was like the noise of a busy city, and it went straight to the sky. Standing in the middle of the street, Noah looked at the people coming and going and was somewhat speechless. This was because Noah did not only see humans like himself. Here, there were people with a pair of long ears and a rather outstanding appearance. Here, there were people with the ears and tails of some kind of animals, and some of the characteristics of beasts. Here, there were people who were only half the height of an ordinary adult, but looked to be around 30 to 40 years old. Here, there were people who were similar to humans, but had explosive muscles and bold and cool clothes that would make people feel shy. Then, on both sides of the street, there were similar shouts coming from the stalls. "Brother Elf over there! Come and take a look! There's equipment suitable for orcs here. Clothes that can even match the size of the dwarfs. Come in and take a look. Lords of the Amazon. Don't you want to look at the fruits here? Elves. Orcs. Dwarfs. Amazon. One by one, the names of the races with a fantasy style entered Noah's ears, and Noah rubbed his temples. I see, if this is a world where not only humans, but also other races that only exist in legends live, then it's not strange that there are gods. In Greek mythology, Norse mythology, Celtic mythology, and various other famous mythological systems, there were all kinds of content about humans and other races living together. In the world known as the mythological era, it was a common thing for mythological creatures to run amok. Races like elves, orcs, and dwarfs also appeared frequently. It seems that this is a world similar to the mythological era. Noah walked forward while observing his surroundings without leaving a trace. If this is a world like this, then it's no wonder that a random girl has such strength. Noah, who said this, didn't know that even in such a world, the strength of the girl named AIC was top-notch. Noah didn't know about this until later. Now, he was still in a state of being kept in the dark. No matter what, the most important thing now is to gather information. Noah thought to himself. Based on the style of this world, there should be places like taverns, right? Since ancient times, taverns were the easiest places to gather information. Just by listening, those who were drinking and bragging would reveal a lot of information. With this thought in mind, Noah started to pay attention to both sides of the street. Not long after, a building that was similar to the other shops on both sides of the street, made of stone bricks and wooden planks, entered Noah's field of vision. It was a two-story building that extended backwards. On the signboard hanging in front of the shop, there were these words. Mistress of Fertility. Chapter 8:25. The Mistress of Fertility. Looking at the words written on the signboard hanging in the shop, Noah also spent a lot of effort to recognize it. As a God Slayer, although Noah had the ability to learn a language in a very short time, it did not mean that he could also learn the words. The reason why he could recognize the words on the signboard was because the priest incarnation had the characteristics of giving language and words power, so Noah's sensitivity to language and words was better than the other God Slayers, so he could recognize something similar to a sixth sense. Of course, at best, it made Noah more sensitive to language and words. If he wanted to recognize words that he did not know at all, it would still take a lot of effort. Therefore, it was okay to recognize the words on the signboard, but it was not so easy to recognize the words of an article. It's just that the name, the Mistress of Fertility, doesn't look like the name of a tavern. With this thought, Noah looked through the door of the tavern and looked into the shop. The first thing Noah saw was a very tall woman in her 40s behind the bar-like counter, serving hot dishes and a variety of alcohol to entertain the guests. That should be the female owner, right? Then, in the shop, there were seats and seats made of wooden tables and wooden chairs, and there were all kinds of people sitting on them. There were orcs. There were villains. There were humans. There were also Amazons. People of different races seemed to be harmonious at this time, each of them sharing a seat, eating and drinking, and making noise. Next to these guests, there were young girls who were either carrying plates with drinks and wine, or steaming dishes, walking around busily. There were also shop assistants who were greeting the guests. These shop assistants were all wearing a tender leaf-colored sundress that reached below the knee, and there was a long apron tied outside the skirt, which seemed to be the staff uniform in this shop. Wearing such clothes, there was no doubt that the waiters in the shop could only be women. In a tavern that looked like a gathering of all kinds of bad people, the waiters were all women. It seemed that this shop was different from the ordinary taverns. Otherwise, if something like molestation happened, Noah did not think that a group of ordinary shops with all women could do anything. In such a shop, would Noah be able to get the information he wanted? Just as Noah was thinking about this, a delicate voice came from the shop. Welcome. Accompanied by such a voice, a girl holding a tray came out of the shop. It was a girl with dark light gray hair tied a few times at the back of her head, and then a ponytail hanging down. She had the same color as her hair and milk-white delicate face, as if the adjectives like playful and cute were directly written directly on her face, giving the feeling of a girl next door. The girl shouted into the store with a clear and loud voice. "A customer. Please prepare the drinks." Noah raised his eyebrows when he heard the girl's cry. It seemed that he hadn't decided whether to enter the shop or not. "I'm just standing at the door, do I need to go in as a customer?" It's a bit like forcing a deal. The girl who didn't know Noah's thoughts smiled at Noah. "Customer, please come in." Noah blinked and felt helpless in his heart. "Forget it, since it's already like this, I'll just go in." With this in mind, Noah also stepped into the shop. Under the guidance of the girl, he walked to the corner of the shop. The people in the shop were still immersed in their own quarrels and did not pay attention to Noah, who was led into the shop. Under such circumstances, Noah came to the corner of the shop and sat down on the side of the bar. Perhaps because Noah was only one person, so she didn't let Noah occupy a table by himself, but brought him to the bar. Therefore, Noah's position just happened to be on the side of the burly female shop owner. It could be said that he was facing the burly female shop owner, who had an amazing sense of oppression. Immediately, the previous waitress asked with a sweet smile. "Excuse me, what do you want?" Noah, who was observing the situation in the shop, said almost casually. "A cup of black coffee." Hearing this, the girl was stunned. She tilted her head and asked suspiciously. "Black coffee?" Only then did Noah wake up. In this world that was not set in the modern world, not to mention black coffee, even tea was a problem. At that moment, Noah shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Just a drink and a side dish that can fill the stomach will be fine." This sentence seemed to be heard by the burly female shop owner. "Oh." The burly female shop owner suddenly looked down at Noah with a condescending gaze and smiled provocatively. "Just a drink and a side dish that can fill the stomach will be fine, right?" Saying this, the burly female shop owner filled a wine glass the size of a jar with wine. Then, she turned around and placed a full plate of noodles and wine in front of Noah. Then, the burly female shop owner said straightforwardly, "This will definitely fill the stomach." Looking at the noodles that were stacked up to his neck and the large glass full of wine, Noah almost covered his face. How should he put it? This tavern was indeed different from other taverns. To put it nicely, it was called forthright. To put it bluntly, it was called full of bandit spirit. And it just so happened that this atmosphere hit the soft spot in Noah's heart. After all, in Fairy Tale, there was a similar atmosphere. Therefore, Noah laughed and picked up the cutlery. "What?" the burly female shop owner said with some surprise. "Don't you want to ask how much it is?" Noah glanced at the burly female shop owner and sighed. "Don't worry, I definitely won't owe you." "Very good. I like young people like you." Come often in the future. The burly female shop owner suddenly smiled domineeringly. "My name is Mia, you can just call me by my name." After saying this, the burly female shop owner named Mia didn't continue to entertain Noah and continued to busy herself. "My name is The young waitress who led Noah in also said to Noah with a smile that made people feel close to her. "Mia's mother rarely likes customers who meet for the first time, Mr. Adventurer." "Adventurer?" Noah's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his gaze to the girl named "Do I look like an adventurer?" The waitress named tilted her head strangely. "Aren't you an adventurer?" "I do like to take risks," Noah said with a smile, intentionally or unintentionally. "I just don't know what kind of adventure you're referring to." "What kind of adventure?" She's face was full of doubt. "Are there many kinds of adventurers?" "Who knows?" Noah asked without batting an eyelid. Then what kind of adventurer are you referring to? Ah. She said to Noah with an increasingly confused expression. What kind of adventurer? Isn't it the kind of adventurer who explores the underground city? Underground city? Noah muttered to himself. Speaking of which, the girl named Tyogni also seemed to have mentioned the term underground city. That should be a rather important place, right? Let's start from this aspect first. I just arrived in this city not long ago. Noah shrugged helplessly at So, I can't be considered an adventurer who explores the underground city for the time being, right? In other words, you're an outsider. She came to a realization. This labyrinth city has adventurers from the outside almost every day. Did you just arrive not long ago? Not long ago. Noah laughed bitterly. I've only been in this city for less than half a day. So, are you worried about what to do next? She put a finger on her chin and gave such a suggestion. Then I suggest you go to a second-hand bookstore not far from here. There are many records about Eulalie there. You should be able to get a lot of help. The most important information was obtained. Food, hobbies, friends, art, and even illness, the gods were always enjoying the life that only the inhabitants of the lower realm could have, and they never got tired of it, as if they were playing a game. In order to be able to eat, drink, and play, these gods who sealed their own power would bestow the power called grace to the inhabitants of the lower realm, allowing the inhabitants of the lower realm to join their subordinates and form a faction. This faction was the clan. Simply put, it was a force that was built around a certain god. What these forces called clan would do, it could be seen as the inclination of the god at the center. Some of them explored the underground city as a business, some opened shops and did business as a business, some grew food as a business, and some directly established a huge country. Its scale and nature were varied, nothing was too strange. No matter which race people were from, once they joined the god's clan, they had to work for the god. This was because the god would bestow the power called grace to their clan, so that they could change from ordinary people without any power to heroes and strong enough to compete with monsters. Therefore, under the grace of many gods, people would usually join a clan, get to know companions of the same faction, and go on adventures, trade, entertainment, and even fight. This was the current situation of this world. Not only Eulalie, but there were also gods and their clan in various places all over the world. It was just that compared to Eulalie who had the underground city, there were fewer of them. And just as Noah knew, the people who received the grace of the gods were either strong or weak, and were usually differentiated by levels. The higher one's level, the more powerful one's power would be. The gods came to this world for fun. Noah closed the book in his hand and faintly sighed. Even so, these gods that came from the skies still changed the situation of the whole world. Wasn't that right? Originally, if there were no gods, then even if this world was a world with various races, it wouldn't be like now, where the gods were the center. Now, with the arrival of the gods, in addition to the grace they brought, the various races on this land had formed factions around the gods. They had joined their families and became laborers who had to pay for the gods' food, drink, and entertainment. Of course, the arrival of the gods wasn't all bad. At least, people received power from the grace of the gods. It was said that before the gods came, the underground city already existed. At that time, although there were some people who could fight monsters and could be called heroes and warriors, it was definitely not as common as it was now. Therefore, at that time, the monsters produced by the underground city would even invade the surface, and flock to all parts of the world, bringing unimaginable disasters to all parts of the world. Now, the people of the lower realm who received the grace of the gods were no longer like in ancient times, where they could only be slaughtered by monsters. In this era, the underground city was already controlled by the people of the lower realm who had received the grace of the gods, and basically no monsters would invade the surface anymore. It was also because there were still some brave people and heroes who could fight monsters in ancient times, that Loki and the others were surprised by Noah's fighting strength without receiving the grace. Ever since the power of the grace was obtained, no matter what race they were, when they wanted to obtain power, they would choose to join the clan and receive the grace bestowed by the gods, instead of clumsily training their mortal bodies. Moreover, no matter how hard they trained, it wasn't that easy to obtain the power to match the person who received the grace. If an existence like AIC was in ancient times, she would definitely be the most dazzling hero. No. Even in this era, an existence like AIC was the most dazzling. The grace of the gods. Noah scratched his cheek. Well, it's true that I'm more or less interested. Shrugging his shoulders, Noah stuffed the book back into the bookshelf. Just as he was about to continue looking for other books, a voice entered his ears. Grandpa. I'm here again. This was a very delicate and clear voice. Judging from the voice, the other party should be underage, right? And the grandpa she was talking about should be the owner of this bookstore, right? The owner of this bookstore was an old grandpa. When Noah came in, he also knew which book was the most useful to him, so he saved the effort of looking for it. Then, the old grandpa's voice began to sound. Is it you again? Goddess Hestia? Didn't I say that I won't join your clan? Why won't you join? But, isn't there not a single person in your clan? So, there will be one soon. Okay, whatever the goddess says, goddess. Could it be, it's one of the goddesses that I saw naked in the bathhouse again? Noah's heart began to pound, and he poked his head out from the bookshelf and looked in the direction of the entrance. There, a young girl was arguing with the old shopkeeper. It was an out-and-out beautiful girl. She had lustrous long black hair, but tied into two ponytails hanging on both sides. Even so, it still reached her waist. She had a small round face and could be called a young girl. From her appearance, the girl's age was estimated to be only 14 or 15 years old. However, such a young girl with a tender appearance had a mature part that even Noah was surprised by. Chapter 8:27. This should be the first time that Noah ridiculed himself as a pathetic man. Out of a man's nature, even if he didn't have any strange thoughts in his heart, Noah's eyes couldn't help but move to a certain part of the girl who was arguing with the shop owner. He saw that the girl, who was only about half of Noah's height and looked to be only 14 or 15 years old, had a full upper body that would make any woman tremble. Undoubtedly, she was a young girl with a lowly appearance, but her upper body was so ridiculous that it made people doubt their own eyes. However, this also made Noah heave a sigh of relief. After all, with such obvious characteristics, if this goddess named Hestia was also in the bathhouse just now, then Noah would definitely have noticed it. In other words, the goddess named Hestia wasn't at the scene when Noah came to this world and fell into the bathhouse. She wasn't one of the members of the goddesses who were seen by Noah. In that case, the other party shouldn't be here to chase after Noah. Thinking of this, Noah was more or less relieved. However, Noah forgot. Even if Hestia wasn't at the scene at that time and wasn't seen by Noah, it doesn't mean that she didn't recognize him. As if feeling Noah's gaze, Hestia, who was arguing with the shop owner, turned her head, and a pair of transparent blue eyes turned to Noah's direction. She just happened to see Noah's head sticking out from the bookshelf with a relieved expression on his face. At the sight of Noah, Hestia was startled at first. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, her round eyes widened even more. She pointed at Noah and shouted loudly, "Look at me. It's you." Noah, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was stunned by Hestia's pointing. Did he remember wrongly? At that time, Hestia was also in the bathhouse. Noah, who felt that something was wrong, was about to slip away, but Hestia seemed to see through Noah's thoughts and shouted. If you run away, I'll go out and yell on the street. The corner of Noah's mouth twitched, and his body that was about to slip away subconsciously stopped. Humph! Hesti proudly put her hands on her hips and puffed up her chest that would make people's eyeballs pop out of their sockets as she said this. I didn't expect that I actually found the person Loki was looking for. If I take him to Loki's clan to get money, I wonder what expression that Loki will have. Noah had a bad feeling in his heart, so he asked subconsciously, get money? Get what money? Huh? Don't you know? Hestia's eyes blinked and revealed the worst news to Noah. Now, Loki's clan is looking for you. Want? Noah was stunned. Wanted? He was a wanted person. As long as anyone can tell Loki's clan about your whereabouts, once the news is confirmed, they will get a reward of 100,000 Varys. If they can directly take you to Loki's clan, they will get 1,000,000 Varys. Hestia said strangely. Because of this matter, the outside world is in chaos. There are people everywhere looking for you. It's said that someone saw you go to the Mistress of Plenty, and a large number of adventurers have started to move there. Don't you know? The corners of Noah's mouth twitched again, and a dark emotion began to rush to his head. That Loki, he even did something like a wanted person. Wasn't he planning to let everyone in Eulalia know that Noah broke into the bathhouse of the goddesses and saw more than half of the goddesses in this city? Noah could already imagine how famous his reputation in this labyrinth city had become and how bad it had become. He really regretted that he didn't make Loki suffer at that time. The only thing to be happy about was that Hestia didn't seem to intend to sell Noah's whereabouts or even himself to Loki's clan. If it was someone else, then I would get a lot of money now. I don't have to worry about it for a while. Unfortunately, it was Loki who issued the arrest warrant. Hestia's proud expression began to collapse. If I go to her to get money, I will definitely be laughed at for being poor, right? This sentence more or less comforted Noah. In other words, this goddess named Hestia and Loki didn't get along well, right? Then she probably wouldn't sell Noah out, right? Although Noah wasn't afraid, it would definitely become very troublesome. It was better to have less trouble. That. Noah suddenly smiled bitterly. That is to say, you weren't in that bathhouse at that time, right? I really want to go there, but that place is very expensive. I don't have that much money to enjoy there. Hestia stared at Noah. Don't tell me you want to see me naked. Hearing this sentence, Noah couldn't help but move his eyes down and look at Hestia's unscientifically full upper body. Then he quickly raised his eyes and took a step back. In that case, there is no enmity between us. Let's say goodbye here. After saying that, Noah was about to turn around and leave, but Hestia called out again. Wait. Perhaps she didn't want to say enough, so she ran to Noah and hugged one of Noah's arms. Make it clear to me first. Noah could clearly feel a wonderful sensation passing through his arm and into his nerves. He could even faintly hear the sound of something being squashed and flattened. His left foot, which had just lifted up, almost tripped on his right foot. Then, he fell to the ground head first. What are you doing? Noah almost reflexively began to struggle. You don't want to sell me for money, and I didn't see you naked, right? Why are you still grabbing me? That's true, but I still have a question. Hestia didn't let Noah's hand go, as if she didn't realize that she was giving Noah benefits. Unless you answer me, I won't let you go. Noah stretched out his other hand and pressed Hestia's head, pushing it away. If you have a question, just ask. Do you have to be so touchy? Hurry up. Hurry up and ask. Hestia ignored Noah's struggle and stared at Noah fiercely. Let me ask you, why did Loki put you on the wanted list? If you just happened to see her naked, that airport would never go through so much trouble to put you on the wanted list. You must have done something that made her have to find you. Should he say that Hestia was worthy of being a god who had lived for countless years? Even if she sealed her power in the mortal realm and became no different from an ordinary person, even if she looked like a willful little girl, she was still a god. Perhaps not only Hestia, but also the other gods would suspect Loki's intention to go to such an extent. As for Noah, it was impossible for him to really understand what Loki was thinking. How would I know what that idiot with a Kansai accent is thinking? Noah, who couldn't push Hestia away, could only helplessly cover his face. She just finds it interesting, right? Because I didn't accept the favor, and almost beat that little girl named Aic to the ground? Huh? Hestia's cute face froze, and she asked tentatively with a stiff expression. What did you just say? Almost beat Aic to the ground? Is Aic that Aic? That's not right. Hestia suddenly realized something and cried out in alarm. You haven't accepted the favor yet? What's wrong? Noah frowned. Is it strange? Hestia didn't speak. She just stared at Noah. When she was sure that Noah didn't seem to be lying, she let go of Noah's hand, turned sideways, and muttered to herself. Without accepting the favor, how could he deal with the trump card of Loki's clan? That's why he was targeted. Could it be that Loki wants to poach him into his own clan? That's why he's wanted like this. Hestia turned her head and stared at Noah with sparkling eyes as if she was looking at a treasure. Could it be that I've picked up a treasure? Chapter 828. Even Noah had the urge to run away when he was stared at by Hestia's glittering eyes, as if she was going to swallow him whole. However, Noah also heard Hestia's mutterings. If Loki had really taken a fancy to Noah because he had forced the girl named Aiz to retreat without receiving any favor, and planned to poach Noah into his clan, then it would be reasonable for him to go through so much trouble to put out a bounty. However, to Noah, this reason made him politely decline. And the reason why Hesti suddenly stared at Noah with such a gaze was probably because she had the same idea as Loki. Sure enough, in the next second, Hesti pretended to be mature and coughed, then said. Actually, I've been looking for some adventurers recently, and I plan to let them join my clan. After saying that, Hestia looked at Noah with eyes full of hope. It was as if she was hinting at Noah to do something. It was a pity that Noah, who had expected Hestia's reaction, curled his lips in disdain. Really? Then I wish you success. After he finished speaking, Noah turned around, intending to leave. Seeing this, Hestia became anxious and hugged Noah's arm again. Hey, hey. At this time, you should say, do you think I can do it? Isn't that the best way to develop? Noah, who was once again entangled by Hestia, was finally able to ignore the wonderful touch. He helplessly said as he played tug-of-war with Hestia. I'm sorry, I'm such an unromantic man. You'd better find someone else to play this kind of King's Road development. No. You're the one I like. Hestia shook her head like a rattle drum, her two ponytails swinging back and forth, and said something that would make all the men and women in the world misunderstand. You can join my clan. Sorry, I'm really not interested. Noah mercilessly refused. I don't want to be a god's pawn. For the sake of eating, drinking, and having fun, the gods from the heavens bestowed the power called grace to the inhabitants of the lower realm, and let the inhabitants of the lower realm who received their grace become members of their clan and help them do things. Wasn't that just a pawn? Of course, this was a bit unpleasant to hear. After all, some clans' main activity was to do business. The relationship between the gods and the people of such clan was actually more similar to the relationship between a superior and a subordinate. If there were inhabitants of the lower realm who wanted to engage in business, make money, and support their family, then joining a clan with this kind of nature was not a bad thing. But generally speaking, that was only under the circumstances of necessity. Since Noah had the Gate of Babylon, he no longer needed to think about how to make money by himself. In the Gate of Babylon, piles and piles of gold and silver treasures had been piled up into mountains, so how could Noah lack money? In addition, Noah's gate of Babylon not only had gold and silver treasures, but also all kinds of precious items that could not be measured by money. There were even treasures that originally only existed in legends, so why would he need to work for others for money? Since he did not need to worry about the problem of living, then there was no need to be a subordinate of those so-called gods, right? Although he had a lot of interest in the so-called grace, if it was exchanged with freedom as the price, then forget it. This was Noah's idea. However, when Noah said his idea, Hestia was angry. What pawn? Are you belittling my clan? Belittling? Noah raised his eyebrows. When did I belittle your clan? Isn't joining the clan of a certain god to become his subordinate and pay for his food, drink, and entertainment? Isn't that just a pawn? Indeed, there are some gods who establish clan for their own entertainment, but even so, not all gods use the children in the lower realm as labor and tools. Hestia's face was full of seriousness, and she even pointed a finger in front of Noah. Although the main nature of the clan of a god depends on the god at the center, some gods also establish their clan because they like to work. Some gods also like to plant in the fields, so they gather like-minded children in the lower realm to establish their clan together. For these gods, the people in the same clan are companions. I don't care what other gods think of their clan, but for me, my clan is my family, and the members of my clan are my family. They are not pawns. This sentence surprised Noah, who originally just wanted to brush Hestia off. Noah turned around and stared at Hestia's serious face. After a long while, he finally spoke. So, you established a clan just to get your family? That's one of the most important purposes. Hestia's face was full of seriousness. Apart from that, there's another very important purpose. Seeing that Hestia's expression was even more serious than before, Noah subconsciously asked. What purpose? Hestia raised her head and looked at Noah in the eye before she said, You're right. Raise me. Huh? Noah almost doubted his ears. What did you just say? Raise me. Hestia's serious expression completely collapsed, and she looked like she was about to cry. I just came to the lower realm not long ago, and I'm currently living with a friend of mine. But because I've been too idle all this time, my friend has begun to become impatient with me. If I don't establish a clan to raise me, she will definitely drive me out and let me live on the streets. At this moment, Noah felt that his internal organs were tumbling, and his strength began to drain away. Are you looking for your family? Are you looking for a nanny? No. In a sense, Hestia was indeed looking for her family. Raise her. Wasn't that the same as being a father who took care of Hestia's food and clothing? Is this level of request too much? Hestia puffed up her cheeks. She didn't look dignified at all, just like a child throwing a tantrum and being willful. Could it be that the grace of God is not enough to exchange for 3 meals a day? You're right. Noah was speechless. But why do I feel like something is wrong? Hearing this, Hestia glared at Noah, but in the next second, she softened and asked in a weak voice, What is it? Then, do you want to join my clan? Noah's brow furrowed. Frankly speaking, it wasn't that Noah hadn't thought of joining the clan tribe. After all, the mainstream of this world was the clan tribe. If he joined the clan tribe, it would not be a bad idea. At least, in this unfamiliar world, Noah could get a lot of guidance and wouldn't have to fumble around by himself. However, Noah didn't want to become a pawn of some gods. He would lose his freedom and be restricted in all aspects. How about this? Noah suggested to Hestia. If you promise not to restrict my movement and freedom, then I'll join your clan. How about it? Hestia's eyes lit up, and she shouted excitedly. You want to join my clan? You really want to join my clan? Don't forget the premise. Noah rolled his eyes. If you restrict my movement and freedom, then I'll quit at any time. Do you understand? Huh? Hestia said in dissatisfaction. Are you a god or am I a god? It doesn't matter who the god is. I've never wanted to be a god. Noah laughed bitterly. Or rather, I'm on the side of the gods who are hostile to me. On the side of the gods who are hostile to you? Hestia tilted her head. What do you mean? Nothing, Noah sighed. How about it? Can you accept this condition? Hestia puffed up her cheeks and looked at Noah with resentment. Then, will you support me? Noah laughed. If I support you, there's no problem. Chapter 829. Grandpa, I'm going to borrow the library on the second floor. While saying this, Hestia pulled Noah's hand and ran up the stairs of the bookstore to a room. It was a room filled with bookcases that occupied all four walls. Thick books were piled up in front of the bookcases. It's here. Hestia let go of Noah's hand as if the room belonged to her. She stretched out her slender arms and said to Noah excitedly, Let's go, Mr. Noah. I decided a long time ago that when I give my first grace to the children of the mortal world, I must do it in this place. Isn't this just an ordinary study? Noah asked curiously. Why do you have to choose this place? Because I like books from the mortal world the most, Hestia said without hiding anything. I haven't been in the mortal world for long, and I'm temporarily staying with my god friend. I don't have any spare change on me, so I can't buy books. Fortunately, the owner of the bookstore allowed me to read here, so I can be satisfied. This place is my favorite place. When I give my first grace to the most important family member, of course I'll choose this place. Is that so? Noah nodded and then asked the question he was most concerned about. By the way, Hestia, if I get your grace, how much will my strength increase? How much will your strength increase? Hestia was startled and then her shoulders drooped. I say, Noah, don't tell me you think that the grace of God is some kind of power that we directly give you? Huh? Noah was puzzled. Isn't it? Of course not. And it's a big mistake. Hestia stretched out a finger and put it in front of Noah's face. Listen, Noah, the grace that our God gives you isn't any kind of power. It's just an accelerator. An accelerator? Noah frowned. How should I put it? That is to say, that the grace that our God has given you is not an ability that will grant you power immediately. It is merely an opportunity, Hestia explained. Its main function is to uncover possibilities that you would never have the chance to discover in your lifetime, and turn these possibilities into your experience, as experience points, and nourishment for your growth. It doesn't matter if it's physical abilities, skills, or magic, they are all hidden weapons in the bodies of your people in the mortal world. They are the so-called aptitude. Hestia sighed. Unlike us gods who are fated to be eternally unchanging since birth, the people of the mortal realm are easily changed. Even so, there are more factors called possibilities hidden in your bodies, and those are existences that even us gods could not fully comprehend. That is why what we can do is to turn the possibilities in your bodies into your EXP through your subsequent experiences and accumulations, allowing you to change, evolve, or even become dispirited and change your appearance. Just like seeds buried in the soil, different outcomes would blossom according to the environment. In other words, different people like you. You have to remember that what we provide is definitely not power, but an accelerator, Hestia said solemnly. If you're looking forward to receiving my favor to immediately obtain a powerful strength, that's absolutely impossible. After you receive the favor, your strength will not change at all. Only in the following days can you continue to increase your own experiences and experience. Through this favor, we can draw out those experiences and experience and turn them into nourishment, allowing you to obtain rapid growth. The so-called favor is this kind of strength. Hearing this, Noah finally understood why the people who received the grace were divided into different levels. It was because they did not obtain power the moment they received the grace. Instead, They continued to train themselves in the following days, allowing their grace to draw out the power in their bodies and make them stronger. Since the grace drew out the possibilities in the body instead of directly bestowing power, naturally, people with good aptitude would be able to obtain more power and become stronger than others. Therefore, there was a distinction between levels. Draw out our possibilities along with our experiences and experiences. Noah's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. Is this the power called grace? That's right. We call your experiences and experiences experience points. Hestia smiled. That smile was quite lovely and beautiful. That is your own history. What we, the gods, do is to draw out these experiences buried in your history and turn them into your nourishment to promote your growth. For example, if you train your arm strength, then I can draw out an experience called, train your arm strength, from your life experience, so that your arm strength that would have taken a long time to improve can be improved in a short period of time. That's all. Then why can't I increase my strength when I receive the grace? Noah asked suspiciously again. I used to train a lot, so I should be able to draw out those experience points, right? No, we can only draw out the experience points after you receive the grace. Hestia shook her head. With these experience points, your basic abilities can be improved. Basic abilities? Noah's tone became doubtful again. What were these basic abilities? You really don't know anything. Hestia pouted. The so-called basic abilities refer to the values of strength, durability, dexterity, agility, and magic. When we engrave the grace on your body, the power we draw out from your body will be systematized into these 5 values, and your abilities in those 5 values will be improved. For example, if you use your arm strength, then I can draw out this experience and increase your strength. The more frequently you use your arm strength, the more the value will increase, Hestia explained with assurance. The value of each basic ability is further subdivided into S, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I. From high to low, it represents the level of the ability. The higher the level, the more your ability will be strengthened. That's it. Of course, the most important thing is still the level, Hestia emphasized. The level of the basic ability is one thing, and the level is another. As long as the level is increased by one level, it will be strengthened in addition to the basic ability. It is more appropriate to use the word evolution to describe it. There is a ridiculous power gap between LV1 and LV2, let alone above that, do you understand? Hearing this, Noah blinked his eyes. The more he listened, the more this so-called grace sounded like a game. However, Noah did understand that this so-called grace was not some kind of power that could be obtained immediately, but a simple accelerator. That is to say, the power obtained by those who received the grace was not bestowed by the gods, but hidden in their bodies, a possibility that could not be discovered. God's grace was only a way to draw out these hidden forces. Take off the clothes on your upper body. Hestia patted the chair next to her. I will use the sacred characters used by the gods as a medium and engrave them on your body. In the future, that will be your grace. Noah nodded, took off his knee-length coat, then took off his clothes and sat in front of Hestia. Hestia immediately bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on Noah's back. Splash! The red blood was like a dewdrop falling into the water, causing a splash. Hum! At this moment, Noah felt it. A cool, spring-like air penetrated into his body and suddenly melted. In that instant, Noah's mana source that had been constantly absorbing the generated mana trembled all of a sudden, pulling a wisp of the cool, spring-like air into the pitch-black void. Then, the magic power stored in Noah's magic source boiled and turned into the cool energy. Chapter 830. Hum. As the dark and hollow mana source trembled, the originally vast and boundless mana in it began to tumble and boil violently, turning into the energy of Hestia's drop of God's blood. The sudden change caught Noah off guard, causing his expression to change slightly. Hestia, who had dripped the god's blood on Noah's back, seemed to have noticed Noah's abnormality and spoke while sucking on her wounded finger. "What's wrong?" "No." Noah shook his head. "Nothing." Despite saying that, Noah's mind immediately sank into his body to explore the source of his mana. After confirming it repeatedly, Noah had to admit it. The mana stored in the mana source had indeed turned into the same energy as Hestia's drop of God's blood. Not only that, even the mana that was constantly being generated and swallowed by the dark and hollow mana source had turned into the same energy in an instant. It was as if the mana source could no longer contain mana. This change made Noah's heart more or less uneasy. After all, many of Noah's means required mana to be used. Now, all the mana in his body had been transformed into another energy under the effect of the mana source, which had a great impact on Noah. Even the Gate of Babylon required mana to be opened. Noah's magic tricks and spells also required the use of magic power. What's more, when using authority, it also consumed mana. Without mana, Noah's strength would plummet to the point where he would not be able to defeat a slightly stronger servant, let alone a god that he had once killed. Before arriving in this world, Noah felt that there seemed to be other secrets in his mana source. He didn't expect the secret to be like this. After absorbing other types of energy, would the stored mana be transformed into that type of energy? No, that's not right. Noah subconsciously felt that something was wrong and secretly muttered to himself in his heart. If my mana source can really transform the stored mana into that type of energy after absorbing other types of energy, then when the mana source absorbs the mana I generate, it should turn back into mana, right? Thinking of this, Noah immersed his mind more in the mana source in his body and had an idea. Let's give it a try. After secretly saying this in his heart, Noah's mind moved. The mana source that was originally filled with inexplicable energy suddenly trembled again. The unknown energy inside suddenly tumbled and boiled violently like the previous mana. It didn't take long for the unknown energy to transform into magic power. Aware of this change, Noah couldn't help being overjoyed. Yes, the secret of the mana source isn't that it can convert the stored mana into other types of energy after absorbing other types of energy. Instead, it's like a converter that can convert mana and absorbed energy into each other. In order to verify this idea, Noah kept changing the energy in the mana source. One moment it was mana. Another moment it was the unknown energy. According to Noah's intention, these two types of energy could be transformed into each other at will without the slightest stagnation and obstruction. For the time being, I'll name the energy transformed from Hestia's divine blood as divine power. Noah silently observed the changes in the mana source. After absorbing a trace of divine power, the mana source seems to remember the form of divine power and can transform mana into divine power at will, and vice versa. This is the hidden effect of the mana source, right? Noah was suddenly immersed in the changes in his mana source. At the same time, Hestia also started her work. Clang! After dripping the divine blood on Noah's back, a circle of ripples immediately appeared on Noah's back, and then a faint blue light bloomed and covered his back. In the faint blue light, Hestia gently tapped on it with her finger. Rows of obscure mysterious characters suddenly appeared out of thin air in the faint blue light, as if they were automatically arranged, rotating back and forth, undulating with each other. Not long after, these obscure and mysterious characters arranged themselves into a sequence, like a projection, like a template, and presented themselves in front of Hestia. At the same time, a complex pattern began to appear on Noah's back. It was a pattern that looked like both a furnace and a torch. Dense lines of small characters were distributed around the pattern, as if they were embellishing the pattern that looked like both a furnace and a torch, giving the pattern a mysterious color out of thin air. Those small characters were the sacred characters used by the gods in this world. Using divine blood as a medium, the sacred characters were engraved on the bodies of the people in the mortal world, forming a favor, and continuously exploring the possibilities in the body of the person who received this favor. At this time, the existence named Noah Dole became a book. A blank book. What Hestia needed to do was to write down the path, experiences, and stories that Noah had gone through in this book, and present all the experiences that Noah had gained in the following life in black and white form. People called it ability value. It was divided into 4 aspects: basic ability, level, magic, and skills. These were all the enhancements that could be given to Noah. Therefore, Hestia almost immediately looked at Noah's ability value. Noah Dole LV. 1 Strength, I, 0, Durability, I, 0, Dexterity, I, 0, Agility, I, 0, Magic Power, I, 0, Magic, Skills, Protection from the World, Permanent Skills. Equivalent to luck. Events that had a direct relationship with luck would eventually lead to the most favorable results. Because it needed to be strengthened in the following tempering, each item of the basic ability was the lowest level, I level, and the level was also the lowest level, LV, 1. Even if Noah was strong now, these values needed to be developed in the future. It was similar to the ability of strengthening, and it had no direct relationship with Noah's own strength. Next was magic and skills. This world also had magic. However, it was not magic in the broad sense of the moon world, but the kind of magic referred to in Western fantasy, which was similar to the magic in the world of fairy tale. Originally, the magic in this world was only a power that could be used by a certain race. For example, the elves, who were favored by nature, were called a magic race. However, the favor of God could explore any possibilities in the human body, so that anyone could learn magic. However, the number of magic that could be explored through the favor was fixed. At least 1. At most 3. Generally, people who received the favor could only use 1 type of magic. If someone could use 2 types of magic, then this alone could make that person a delicious cake among the family members. How many types of magic a person could obtain depended on the empty column in the ability value. As for skills, there were special effects that could be brought under certain conditions, or they could strengthen one's own abilities. Different from magic, there was no limit to the number of skills. The similarity between magic and magic was that the discovery of both was related to the experience points that the person obtained. In addition, it was also related to one's nature or interest. If one's basic abilities and levels were the same at the very beginning, then magic and skills were powers that could be discovered at the very beginning. Although Noah did not discover any magic, there were 3 empty columns, which meant that Noah could obtain a maximum of 3 types of magic in the future. In the skill column, the protection from the world skill made Hestia completely stunned. What? What does this mean? Noah, who was studying his own mana source, heard Hestia's voice and suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at Hestia behind him. What's wrong? Hearing this, Hestia didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at Noah with a strange expression. It was as if she was looking at an extremely rare thing, which made Noah a little scared. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.